I don't know what that was. Y'all gotta bear with me.
I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts on my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead. You're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Yeah, come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists see me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a Stella with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up in your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like I'm not in city for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happen to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connections, My complexion, pure black, that's the S. That's the S. Make me smile. You love me? Show me some love. All right.
I don't know. I had difficulties when I want to go in like this. My computer setup is cool, but maybe I don't know. Again, we're gonna run one more and get right into it. All right. Let's go and run that.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a kufu feet. I'm like Norma, the agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me. A doctor save me, a doctor inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed. You won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scope in the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going.
Peace to the people. Having some difficulties. First, my background wasn't messing with me. Then I went and tried to change the scene. It just went out on me. What's up with y'all though? Hopefully we can have another good show. Now people talking about aliens. They didn't say aliens, whatever. Let's talk about it. So the government, well, I'm saying the government, but y'all, everybody know about the disclosure event that went down a while ago, where that was like, okay, they renamed UFOs to UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon, just so when they can say, okay, UAPs is real, it won't hit you like they saying UFOs is real. But that's what's being said when they're talking about biological. Oh my gosh. Not only am I not ducking that smoke, check it out. In the middle of a YouTube fight, I had no problem telling people my accounts and stories of what I had seen. That's right along the lines of everything they talking about. But I'm going to go in a little bit today and give y'all some history behind it. And then tell my story as we watch and react to exactly what they're saying in this government hearing. And why ain't nobody trying to talk about it? You know why? Because it's in the realm of what people try to call pseudo or conspiracy theory or woke information, right? But if you think about it and look back over history, the conspiracy theories be right. Now, you could tell me maybe one or two quirky conspiracy theories that turned out to be wrong over time. But when we look back, everything that they tried to write off as like conspiracy theory or whatever, pseudo, whatever, a lot of stuff is pseudo, don't get it twisted. But you could talk about it over here. Primarily because I've been allowed to experience things that I told y'all all about. You could go look on my old shows when cats was trying to be like, don't talk about that. Oh, you talking about that. Oh, they gonna get you. You can't get the truth. You can try to do whatever, but they ain't gonna like get you for telling people. So I'm about to pull this up. And I'm gonna come off the screen since they're messing up my green screen. Hold up. All right. So we'll listen to the language, right? And we'll dissect the language of what we ain't trying to talk about. So the one section that I heard in the subcultures of America talking about it, they laying claim to the aliens. Dr. Wesley Muhammad, like all them that's what Master Farah Muhammad was telling y'all about. Here come the black aliens coming back to the earth. They taking hella long. And if they was really focusing on what was going on, they should have came probably about middle of the civil rights movement. Or maybe they could have even came before that. So I don't know nothing about that. But what I do know is that everything that you experience on this earth, there's not an explanation for some profound experiences. And as we listen to this, they're going to talk about a few things, and then I'll inject and get it in with my own story. But let's just break this down.
At night in a specific area of the Pacific Ocean. This footage, which was in close proximity to the vessels, a large equilateral triangle UAP suddenly appears directly over the ships. These three bright points are seen at each bottom corner of the UAP, which is...
I gotta stop right now. So just because he said 3 bright points at the bottom of a UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. So my whole life, since I seen this in 1998, I referenced this as the 3 lights. You could go look at me talk about this in any story I ever talked about it. I put myself on the cross. I was ready for sacrifice. I'm like, I dare people to tell me I ain't seen this shit. And I'm going to tell you this wild ass story, right? And I want you to tell me that I ain't just me, that I'm something off. I'm off my rock or some old other shit. That y'all convince people who brain ain't like a steel trap that they ain't sane. Get the fuck out of here. Excuse my language. Sorry, see, I'm already tripping. Excuse my language. I ain't going there no more. But I can't be convinced of that. Right? And so I ain't never at one point, even the people who witnessed it with me, shy away from talking about it. They shy away from talking about it at risk of not, you know what I'm saying? I'm built a certain way. I can talk about what the fuck I want to talk about. Forget it. As we going in, I can't hold myself back. Right? So I'm not about to have something that I actually witnessed, and just because people ain't witnessed it, be scared to tell people or talk about it because of what people gonna say. That just ain't how I get down. But let's watch this.
Observed to slowly rotate on its horizontal axis. And he goes on to describe that. And I just want to read one more, and I'm doing this because I think it's interesting. This stuff is interesting as anything. So let's get this one here, right here. While performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the Eastern Air Defense Sector, an F-22 fighter observed multiple UAP contacts at mission altitude. Moving to intercept, the F-22 pilot noted multiple metallic orbs slightly smaller than a sedan.
See, don't let them play the word games. They changed UFO to UAP. So now it's working. Because every time you say UAP, you ain't really thinking UFO. You thinking about this new classification of it. So just every time you hear UAP, think UFO.
Hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAPs, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated at rapid speed towards the F-22, which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAPs. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to...
Let's stop. They saying stuff that we ain't peeping. Unable to establish radar locks. A F-16 or whatever... F-20, what did it say? Unable to establish radar locks. You thinking, okay, we can lock on it with a radar. I'm thinking it defied our physics, our technology. Just defied it. If an object is in the atmosphere, right? Now, I mean, I ain't even about to be talking about how something defy radar locks. It got to have stealth capabilities and all these other things, but and immense amount of speed. We know that, but let's check it out.
To evade, but was intercepted and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs. And then I'll leave that there, but because I just have...
A plane gets intercepted and boxed in by 3 UFOs. I'm not saying UAPs. I'm old school. We still call them UFOs. But unidentified aerial phenomenon don't make you think about flying saucers. So I'm with it because I didn't see flying saucers. So I'm with that, but let's talk about it.
No more time left. Well, she's not looking. So let's just get into, let's get into to part of this.
I thought I would be saved by the bell.
No. Let's talk about Kuhnian, Lakatoshian type of scientific development. And the problem that we have here is you have institutional blockage of what would be normal development of scientific ideas. And if you want to expand that, Mr. Gold.
We're over time, so be very fast, please.
I'll just say I'm a recovering attorney, so please take it easy on the science. But all breakthroughs have been heretical at first, and that's the challenge that we face, particularly with something as extraordinary as this, which is why gathering the data is so important. And I'll just end by saying, by the way, the overclassification of material is in no way limited to UAP. That is occurring throughout the government, as well as the inability to get people classifications in a timely and efficient manner, and then to have those classifications be broad enough to be useful. So this is a larger issue that I hope that Congress will look at.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Biggs. I've been generous. All right, Mr. Burleson, I'll recognize you for 5 minutes of questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, does any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
Sir, there's documentation that I believe was submitted for the record that was approved for release by the U.S. Pentagon, by the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review, and it states one of the reasons why my predecessor program, OSAP, was trying to collect material of unknown origin.
Was it successfully collected?
It was not. What happened is that there was an aerospace contract company that requested to divest itself of the material that was collected in the 1950s. Right. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Bigelow Aerospace, correct? So
yes, sir.
There was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin, Bigelow Aerospace, and the CIA allegedly blocked this. Can you describe that?
What I can say is that it was blocked. Why it was blocked, I can only surmise. I was part of some conversations later on with some of those contract personnel where they had told all of us that is accurate. What we required was a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force in order to make that complete.
See, he make it seem like the way it was stated is like the incident didn't happen. But if you listen closely, he's saying there was another firm that wanted to divest in the materials, so they wanted to give up what they had. And that was blocked. So they didn't get the materials. And he talking about how they still might have the materials. Watch.
And that never occurred. And so when Secretary Mattis became Secretary of Defense, I decided it would be appropriate for me to try to receive a memo from him as SecDef, as Secretary of Defense, if we could not get a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force to transfer that material.
So if that material exists today, who's in possession?
Sir, I wouldn't be able to have that conversation.
See, that was making you think the material didn't exist the way he was trying to talk at first. But dude breaking it down like, so you saying it exists, y'all just don't got it because y'all let some men in black firm get it. Like, this stuff is real. They're going to explain the men in black firm, and I'm not pinpointing no Lockheed Martin as that. But who got the rights to collect alien biological material? Well, they didn't even say biological yet, so let's wait to hear that word. They said materials of unknown origin. But wait till they start saying biological so we can justify the word alien.
In an open hearing, we'd probably have to have that.
Okay, my question to you then is, if we were in a secure setting, if we were in a SCIF, would you be able to provide or get access to something, whether it's visuals or material that we could put our hands on, or biologics that would convince me, that would show me that we have non-human origin?
Biologics. See how they trying to say words differently? What is logic? Another word to say ology. Biologics. Just say biology. Stop trying to talk over the American people's head. I do words every day. Biologics. It's biology, bruh. Alien biology.
Requested to divest itself of the material that was collected in 1950s. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Bigelow Airspace, correct? So
Yes, sir.
There was a journalist,
I think I went
Christopher
back too far.
from here. How would you get that information? How would, where, a lot of people ask because we don't know, or biologics that would
Or biologics.
convince me, that would show me that we have non-human origins.
Sir, that decision would not be mine. That would be to the gatekeeper still in the U.S. government.
And who
So
would we,
stop.
so if you were in our shoes,
So basically, the decision to let you know ain't his. It's only a yes or a no. And if the answer is a no, then you don't have to guard a no answer. You guard the yes answer. Have you recovered alien biological material? No. But if there's something to guard, then the other answer must be the option.
where would you go from here? How would you get that information? How would, where, a lot of times we just don't know who to ask because we don't know where to go next. So if you were in our shoes, where would you go?
Well, I prefer to answer that question in a closed session. However, we established Arrow for that very purpose, and unfortunately, under its previous leadership, it failed. So one would hope that they would have the authorities necessary to do that. Let's hope that this new iteration of leadership will be successful.
In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there discussion about it was previously testified that there was biologics that were collected. Are you aware of any of that?
I am, sir, aware of the reporting that biologics have been recovered. Again, my focus was more nuts and bolts.
So who in the chat wants to argue that biologics ain't biology, meaning living alien organisms that have been recovered? What is y'all talking about? Like, stop playing. Do anybody not understand what he's saying?
Looking at the physical aspects of these phenomenon, how they interacted around military equities and nuclear equities. So I'm certainly not a medical expert. I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
So why would a medical expert be needed to discuss innate objects? Come on now, don't even argue. He just said a medical expert to talk about the biology of these aliens. So what else you gonna say? If you need a medical expert to talk about it, it's some type of biology that's alien to us, and that's crazy.
Was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes, yes.
We have is it multiple types of creatures, or?
Sir, I couldn't answer that. I can tell you anecdotally that
Now, kill whoever wanted to say something. Do we have possession of bodies? Yes. What? Man, we ain't got nothing to talk about. Where's these bodies from? Now we got to go all into the pseudo information. That's why you can't be acting like that. The universe will force you to go and look at something pseudo that you think is pseudo. If you want to find out where these alien bodies from, what books you gonna reference? See how that worked? So now it's getting worse. This is why it's getting worse. because a lot of that is a lot of bad information. See, you still gonna encounter a lot of fake and bad information when looking for this righteous truth. Right? Exactly. You're just said it. And so this is my brain can see all of this, bruh. Is those exploitationists. Don't think because of what they saying that now you, or how you gonna say, man, golly, the Anunnaki still fake. All right? But we got to talk about that stuff. Because I can't just tell you the Anunnaki fake without proving it in the light of this type of conversation. So let me tell you how we prove it. This is brought to us by Zachariah Sitchin, who really couldn't even read Sumerian or cuneiform, and it's been proven by various scholars. He was building on a theory brought to us by Eric von Daniken. Now if we go, this is the realm of ancient alienism, right? Till it gets you all the way to eventually the aliens built the pyramids. That's all coming out of some New Ages. Now, are you saying that this type of information, the mandate that you skim through that type of material? I do not say so. But the question is, where do you look now to find the history of these type of events?
It was discussed quite a bit when I was at the Pentagon. The problem is the supposed collection of these biological samples occurred before my time, in fact, before I was even born.
And was this part of the Lockheed Martin discussion, or was this the biologics is a completely separate?
Separate yet related.
Okay. Has anyone made contact?
Sir, I'm sorry, could you specify?
Has there been any, to your knowledge, any communication with a non-human life form?
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because...
Now, this is where I come in. And I can say emphatically yes. Because I communicated with him. But the way he's about to say this is hella true. So please listen to what he's about to say.
Pentagon, the problem is the supposed collection of these biological samples occurred before my time, in fact, before I was even born. 2 F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. 2 F-22s, and we are certainly, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance. So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. The problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning.
Now, I told y'all that go find my old video. What I said was these lights were intelligent. And they let me know they were intelligent. I mean, all I could get in my body is that I am intelligent. And I have an attitude. Those were, I mean, it wasn't telling me no stuff. It wasn't saying that to me. I didn't hear no voices, none of that nonsense. I simply, look, you see the dude on the screen? Why don't you aim your criticisms at him? I'm simply telling you, dude, and I'm going to tell the whole story like I told over and over again. Yes, it was light. Intelligent light. That clearly displayed its intelligence. And when it was in my presence, that was one of the only things I could think of. And so, yes, it's not this communication. I don't know nothing about no verbal communication. I don't know nothing about hearing no voices. I don't know nothing about no ancient languages helping me. None of that. Cut it out. This is some shit you could tell is smart by the way it is interacting with you. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. But first, let's hear the government account of communicating with these things.
When a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble 2 F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace, and they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness.
Is the United States...
So they're making it clear their communication is they have the ability to mess with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness. Y'all believe that? Y'all scared to talk about that? They're going to mess y'all up. They had to start talking about it looking like this before I could talk about it. But I wasn't scared. All y'all got to do is go to my old videos. In the middle of my YouTube beef, I talked about that on purpose. You know how I am, right? This ain't got nothing to say about me. I said, let me just give them something to say and hope they attack this. And that for some reason, the way it sounded, they knew they couldn't attack that either. But I heard somebody say something about, yeah, he said he seen intelligent life. That's what y'all get.
Government or in our contractors, are they pulling technology from this? Or they're reverse engineering this?
Sir, as I previously stated, and please forgive me, I am not authorized to discuss specifics about crash retrievals. I signed documentation with the U.S. government. What I can say was, after a very thorough review process by the Pentagon, what I wrote about, and that was my limit, unfortunately, that I was given.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Mr. Timmons for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, you just said something interesting. You said they don't seem to be hiding. They don't seem to be hiding. The UAP sightings are becoming increasingly brash, if you will. And, we've been hearing about these for years, but they've generally been isolated and not as consistent and over-critical military installations. Would you say that's fair? Is this becoming increasingly often? Is it happening more and more?
Great question, sir. Let me see if I can answer this for you. Certainly, there seems to be some indication that they're being provocative, meaning that they're, in some cases, literally splitting aircraft formations right down the middle. So that's an air safety issue. The question is it the frequency increasing? And really the response is it depends. Yes, it's possible that there is an increase in frequency, but it's also possible that there's heightened awareness now, and there's also more pervasiveness of technology out there that's collecting this information and that can record this information. So we're not quite sure yet if it's actually an increase in numbers of these events, or is it that we have better equipment now to record these things, and we have a better ability, if you will, to analyze these things.
And that's my next question. It seems that a lot of these sightings occur near military installations. Do you think that these UAPs are intentionally targeting military installations, or do you think that we have increased abilities to monitor surrounding the military installations?
Sir, maybe both. Part of my concern is we have something in the Department of Defense and the intelligence community called IPB, Initial Preparations of the Battle Space. And we use equities like ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and other type of equities and technologies to prep the battle space. And certainly, if I was wearing my national security hat, even if there was a 2% chance that there was some sort of hostile intent here, that's 2% higher than we really can accept. And so we must figure out, there's a calculus, capabilities versus intent, in order to identify if something is a national security threat. We've seen some of the capabilities, yet we have no idea in the intent. And so this is why this discussion is somewhat, I think, problematic from a governmental perspective, because we have no idea.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, you're particularly familiar with the Langley Air Force Base incident a year ago? Are you familiar?
Just from what I read in the
Just
news.
from what you've read?
Yeah.
I would imagine a large percentage of the American population became aware of that with the Wall Street Journal article. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And were you aware of that incident prior to the Wall Street Journal article?
No.
to the rest of the panel, it was the Wall Street Journal article the first time that y'all were made aware of what was essentially an over 2-week UAP frenzy over Langley Air Force Base. Were y'all aware of this prior to the Wall Street Journal article?
So remember, a UFO frenzy over Langley Air Force Base.
Anybody, show of hands. Yes,
sir.
Dr. Guyette, could you give me how did you become aware of it?
A colleague of mine who I referenced previously, Chris Mellon, he wrote an extensive article about this, that there were other incursions of drones over Langley before this, as well as many, many military installations over the last 5 decades.
And it's my understanding that there's been an ever-increasing in number, and I'm trying to think how to say this because I wear 2 different hats. I'm still in the Air Force. So, I mean, it seems that they're becoming increasingly brash, and the question that we really have to figure out is it China or is it non-human? And I think that's the biggest question the American people want to know. If it's China, it's scary because they have a lot of technology that we cannot explain. And if it's non-human, that's scary because we don't know the intent. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, Congressman. And in fact, I really believe that we should use this hearing as a catalyst to improve and bolster our air defense capabilities and our maritime domain awareness capabilities, because obviously there are holes in it, whether it be UAP of non-HI direction or NHI direction, or, as you say, sir, China or any other adversary.
Are you all aware of any task force at the Pentagon or in the national security apparatus that's trying to assess the answer to that question?
At the current moment, sir, no, but this is a great point. From 2020 to 2022, there was a UAP task force in the DoD succeeding where Mr. Elizondo worked, led by Jay Stratton, who had the first comprehensive whole-of-government approach to UAP, which involved pathways to declassification and to increase transparency, as well as assessing the national security risks of UAP. This was a really well-established approach, and we have all advocated that something like it return.
I'm running out of time. The last thing is that we need authorities, the law enforcement, military, to have authorities to.
I ain't that stupid. Like, you could throw the China thing out, every big thing that happened. COVID happened, China. UFOs, China. But the part I want to know, are you asking him whether China was the ones responsible for the biological material? Like they know how to make some new people? I don't get this. They already said they had alien or not from this earth, unearthly biological material. China did that? Or how about did China do it back in 1956? When they said they recovered it. Oh, Russia did it. Russia got alien biological material. Okay. That was recovered in 1956. That was that one recovery he was talking about.
To actually engage, and Congress needs to act to give those authorities to local law enforcement and the military so they have clear guidelines on how to assess these issues going forward. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we have all been cautioned in this committee hearing that the mention of Pentagon's Immaculate Constellation program could put us on.
You got to go back and listen. I used the word unearthly, but whatever they said, they were trying to say not of this earth. But I can't rewind it way back then. That was when they first started talking about it.
On a list, well, I already find myself on many lists, I'm sure. So I speak my mind often, so why not just keep going with it? May as well just go all out and say it. The earth is flat, birds are government drones, and we've never set foot on the moon, and Joe Biden received 81 million votes in the 2020 election. So let's just see how many lists we could get on here today. But Mr. Schellenberger, I wanted to ask you, I think I understand from this hearing that you would agree that classifying information like this is not in the best interest of the people. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, with the caveat that, of course, I would support classification necessary to protect secrets essential to national security, but I think it's pretty obvious that there's overclassification.
Overclassification, yes. And so in most instances, if they can't tell us what, do you think at some point they'll at least tell us why?
You know, President-elect Trump has repeatedly committed to greater transparency, both on the UAP issue, on JFK files, on
Yes.
COVID origins, and many other things. So I think that we need to make sure that the next administration is held accountable for that.
Agreed. And this is for all four of you. Yes or no, please. I have many questions I want to get to. Are there any known instances of recovered materials or technologies that are not of human origin and maybe connected to any advanced
that's what they said earlier, not of human origin.
Bioscience defense programs within the USG?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be able to answer that, ma'am.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, so there are rumors that have come up to the Hill of a secretive project within the Department of Defense involving the manipulation of human genetics with what is described as non-human genetic material, potentially for the enhancement of human capabilities.
Now, when she say non-human genetic material, well, y'all can say, oh, that could be a cat or a dog. But that's not what this conference is about. It's about UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon, and UFOs. So what she's implying is they doing some biological research on some alien material, trying to infuse it with human DNA or something. Listen.
Hybrids. Are any of you familiar with that? Yes or no?
No, ma'am.
I am not, ma'am.
I'm not.
No, ma'am.
See, she
Okay,
got her
I would like to
conspiracy theories
know,
on.
with Immaculate Constellation, how does this relate to UAP activities, Mr. Schellenberg, in oceanic environments? Are there any instances where the Navy or other maritime forces have encountered UAPs that could not be explained by known technology or natural phenomena?
Yeah, the Immaculate Constellation covers both terrestrial and oceanic, and there's actually a number of cases described in the report that occur in the ocean.
And do you believe that there is a concerted...
Told y'all. There are a number of accounts that occur in the ocean. I've seen it. Come from outer space. I'm talking about looking like a shooting star, but go into the ocean. Not only that, I got sources that's going to make you say, hell no. Yeah, she had her conspiracy theories on 10, but she asks the weird-ass questions, and the fact that they say yeah to a few of them is even worse. Listen.
Effort by the Pentagon to keep Congress out of the loop regarding these UAP activities, specifically in our waters?
Yes.
I think it's about 5% of our ocean that's actually been studied in detail by man, and we've studied more of space than we had of our own oceans. And so are there any accounts of UAPs emerging from or submerging into our water which could indicate a base or presence beneath the ocean's surface?
I don't know about a base, but, you know, as I mentioned, I had a different source entirely describe this pretty extraordinary footage that exists of orbs, of an orb coming out of the ocean and being met by another orb.
Now stop.
Some would say that there's...
That's all I need to play. You can watch the whole thing. They talking about rather extraordinary footage of an orb coming out the ocean and meeting with another orb. I have extraordinary footage of that in my memory. And I wrote it in a rap a long time ago so I can never forget it. Because I was like, man, I know when I get older, I forget the story. How could I retain the story? But I don't be forgetting my raps. I can remember a rap from like the 6th, 7th grade. So do y'all hear what they confirming about the oceans? We can keep listening. It gets deep.
multiple hotspots where we see frequent activity. So in your investigations, have you come across any data or visual evidence like sonar readings or underwater footage of these UAPs?
I have not beyond what's in the report.
You've written about UAPs not only in the air but in underwater. Are there any specifics on what you've learned about the UAP activity in our oceans? Particularly, have you spoken with sources who have provided any evidence or eyewitness accounts of these UAPs interacting with our naval forces or being detected by our underwater surveillance systems?
Nothing beyond what's in the report and then the specific case that I mentioned with the orbs.
So this report says it all. There's no other information that we are aware of regarding the activity within our waters.
I have other sources that have told me that have shared a significant amount of information, but they're not comfortable with me sharing it at this point.
Okay. Are there any technological capabilities observed in these oceanic UAPs that seem to defy our current understanding of physics or our engineering capabilities?
It seems like they all do.
Yes, I would agree with that. My time is up, but I do appreciate your bravery.
So as our government begins to take this conversation seriously, we can still only do the same things. You see, after you live so long, you start to see it's the same thing no matter what happened. If they say something, we either can say it's true or they lying. It ain't no other way to happen. Now, it's always either it's the truth or either they trying to trick us. So with everything that's going to happen that come from up top and you hear about it, it's going to fall into them categories. I don't know no other categories people be putting it in. True, kind of true, or it ain't true. They telling us this to trick us. I've heard both sides of the arguments. You definitely heard all the other arcane information talking about these things are true. But what about the conspiracy theorists that say the government is going to use a UFO phenomenon in order to bring in a new world order? Y'all don't remember that? And all those claims? So those are just two sides of the same coin. And I don't even know no other way out of thinking about this. Either it's true or either it's a lie and they saying it for some nefarious reasons.
Your courage for coming here and speaking today. And seems like there's still some questions that we need answers to, and we will not relent until we get those to the American people. Thank you all.
Thank you. I move to allow myself and the ranking member 5 additional minutes for questions without objection, so ordered. Mr. Elizondo, were you read into the Immaculate Constellation program?
I would not be authorized to confirm.
So stop. If anybody was talking about the Immaculate Constellation, y'all, we would have been saying that is a conspiracy theory. An organization called the Immaculate Constellation?
Deny the existence of any ongoing or past program, especially as it relates to a special access program, either by name or trigraph.
Okay, and then does the U.S. government or private contractors, do they work with other foreign countries, China, for example, to exchange data, quote from a source, that intelligence data about UAP?
Let me see if I can answer that a little bit more generally, ma'am, if I may. We do have foreign material exploitation programs. That is something that is widely known, and that term itself is unclassified. How exactly that works becomes a bit sensitive. A discussion we could certainly have in a closed session if you like. We do work with international.
Somebody asked, did you see the interview with David Grunch, where as a pilot he created UFO sightings in the California desert? Yeah, people always got fake everything. That don't mean it discredit the real accounts. Just like saying, I can ask you, do you know about all the Egyptologists that got caught forging ancient Egyptian text, stelae, and what have you. But that would not mean that there was not any real ancient Egyptian text, stelae, or what have you. Like, I don't understand our argument skills.
Partners and allies quite often, not just in military exercises and workups, but in other intelligence efforts as well.
In terms of material that's given to private contractors, is certain material given to certain contractors because of their experience? So, for example, if it's related to submerged and undersea propulsion, would it go to a general contractor like General Dynamics?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely correct. Different contractors have different levels of expertise.
What's Lockheed's expertise?
Aerospace, ma'am.
In the UAP space, that's all that they wouldn't do submerged.
No, I didn't say that, ma'am.
Okay.
Lockheed Martin and others do quite a bit of work both in our atmosphere, in space, and even underwater. There are certain efforts to. It's a tough question you're asking. Put me on the spot here.
I'm asking.
He's trying not to say, but he say even underwater. So what is going on underwater? You know how all the fish be coming up dead on oceans and shit? I mean, on beaches? All this stuff, just tell me what's going on.
I'm looking for the answer.
Yes, ma'am. No, they are involved in a lot. I would rather let Lockheed Martin explain the different domains that they are involved with. Probably I'm not authorized to discuss that, but they are involved in a lot of different areas and domains.
Admiral, flight safety risks for our pilots, based on what you've experienced and seen in your career.
They're extensive, and the one exercise I referred to where I received the email that was then deleted was the pilots, and this is worth bringing out. There are debunkers out there who have said the Go Fast video was just a balloon. That was only one video that was released. There were dozens of these encounters that pilots, friends of Ryan Graves, who's in this room right here, witnessed and caused significant safety concerns. And to almost call out and exercise it and shut it down, which is very compressed, and the carrier's getting ready for deployment, and the pilots have to get certified to land on a carrier, it's extreme, to say the least.
All right, I have two last questions. Real quickly, Mr. Schellenberger, how do we get more whistleblowers to come forward?
Well, this hearing is very important, and obviously, I can't encourage whistleblowers to obtain information, but I can guarantee that I will protect them and go to prison to protect their identities if they come to me.
Yes, sir. Okay, my last question. The first hearing we had on this, I never
All right,
briefed
look.
on UAP.
Now here go another thing. Maybe my encounters, and maybe I'm only allowed to tell you this because you're going to see that shit one day. And you don't, and when you, hello. You might see that thing one day. Hello?
These are what they were, biologics, non-human, etc. How would you define, each of you, my last question, how would you define non-human biologics, non-human intelligence? What are we actually talking about? Admiral, and we'll go down the line.
I don't think it's a stretch when you look at the diversity of life on this planet and the size of this universe to think that there would be more diverse, higher order, non-human intelligences throughout the universe, and that's probably what's visiting us.
I would take the scientific approach. The definition would be the ability to react to a stimulus in a manner that requires an intellectual thought process.
I just don't know.
See?
I think we must be modest.
It can react to a stimulus in a way that requires an intellectual thought process. That's what I'm saying about this light. And I'm going to prove it. I was able to do, by accident, a scientific test right there on the beach. But I'm going to show y'all and talk about that later after. If this ain't enough for you, I'm going to show you a book that you should go back and read. Because it turns out after years after they done killed this man and everything, that he had a lot of truth in his book. But we're going to get to the book next.
In our assumptions that we're looking for intelligence that could be biological, it might not.
Non-biological, but what non-biological intelligence, what does that mean though?
Artificial intelligence.
So it could be biological intelligence and it could not be. but he trying to be evasive. He already know that they said they recovered biological materials. Was it non-intelligent flying through the sky? Was it ignorant intelligence flying through the sky, through the cosmos, just dumb, can't read?
ML, machines. We assume that all intelligence would be like us. And every time we look out in the universe, we are humbled relative to what we don't know in terms of forms of intelligence and what it may take. I can assure you I probably can't ask you your question, but I think the ultimate answer is going to surprise us all.
And then Mr. Garcia, you had a few closing remarks.
And I know we're about to hit votes here, so I'll be brief. Just I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Chairwoman Mace especially for holding this important bipartisan hearing. And I want to thank all the committee members that are interested in this topic.
Man, it go on for heck of long. That was already like an hour of this show. So y'all can just go pull that up. It's all over the internet, right? So I ain't even really tripping off that. I'm going to this book next. So this is a book that I read in high school. When we was, making our way, let me go to the first page probably. Just so I can show the cover. When we was making our way and, the reason why we was looking a little different and acting a little different, what they might have called woke way back in the 90s, because this is the type of books I was reading. There was another one called The New World Order. Let me see if I can get this. There was another one called The New World Order. Yeah, this old book that it's got thrown out as conspiracy because he talked about aliens and he talked about, but now if you go back and read it, in this book, he actually talked about things that's happening right now in the U.S. government. How they trying to overturn the Constitution. He got that all in this old book. He even talked about how they gonna make homosexuality mainstream through using the TV and influencing it and pushing it on everybody. It's all in this book. Written way before you could believe any of that stuff. Now he also he be on his Christian hype and he just his personal belief. But see, your experiences and your beliefs, we got to know how to separate them. When I tell y'all my experience separated from what I believe, I don't even try to inject nothing I believe in it. Right? But one thing that drew me back to this book, let me show y'all something now. I'm going to go hieroglyphics. Just to give the digital footprint of what happened that I'm going to tell y'all about. Hieroglyphics you never knew. Look at this. I ain't going to let the song music play. So this is when we was in Hawaii in 1998. Oh, dang, I'm supposed to not let the music play. This is when we was in Hawaii in 1998, right? You see us all sitting there chilling. There I go. They're going, we was out there shooting this video. And I had an incident that I'm going to talk about later that drew me back to a book that I read in high school, 1991, 92. And when I wasn't the only one who read the book. Two other people who was with me when we had the incident read the book too. And so the first thing he said was, man, it was like he was trying to describe what he had seen. And he was like, it was like what Bill Cooper talked about in the book, because this one individual has seen what we all witnessed before the other two of us had seen it. But here go the evidence that, okay, they was in Hawaii in 98. Right, and this story occurred, right? So if I come back to the book and go to the pages that I had marked, it was, and we can read right here. No, this ain't the one. It's the next one. All right, hold on. Now I'm gonna come down here. Now y'all just heard what they just was saying in the U.S. government. This guy was in the Navy, claimed to have all kind of encounters where they was trying to kill him. He wrote in the book how they tried to kill him in Oakland, and he lost his leg. And then after he lost his leg, he was like, he got spooked up out of everything. And I don't know how he eventually died. I think in Arizona or something. But I'm gonna start over here. It says, so he's talking about a black dude he was with named Lincoln, and then a Indian dude that they called Geronimo. They was just all in the Navy together. So, you know, that's how they did it. But Lincoln was dude's last name. Now it says, Lincoln went below. Geronimo and I began the unending task of sweeping the horizon from the bow to the stern, or the boat to the stern. Then the sky from the horizon to the zenith, and then back to the horizon from the boat to the stern. It says, again and again, and then a pause to rest our eyes and chat for a few minutes. I asked Ensign Ball to carry for some hot coffee, and he bent over the IMC. I turned. It says, as he bent over the IMC, I turned, let me see, raising my binoculars to my eyes just in time to see a huge disc rise from beneath the ocean. Right? He says, water streaming from the air around it, tumbling lazy on its axis and disappearing into the clouds. He says, my heart beat wildly. I tried to talk but couldn't. Then I changed my mind and decided I didn't want to say that anyway. I had seen a flying saucer the size of an aircraft carrier come right out of the ocean and fly into the clouds. Now, this book, this is just one point in this old conspiracy theory book that got all discredited. But at the point when he had the nerve to write this and get killed for it and everything, what the U.S. government is saying now about there being UFO activity above the oceans, it now qualifies. Shout out to Indigenous African for the constant support of this channel. I appreciate you. He said, if that was 98, when did you start studying Kemet or reading glyphs? I didn't start studying, reading glyphs. I studied Kemet for a while, but I didn't start reading glyphs too long after that. Maybe 2004, 2000, about 2005, 2004. At the latest, 2009, maybe. But just to say on this, no one was willing to talk about this type of stuff because you'd be ostracized, right? And kicked out the community. But now that we go look at something, when I was like, who got sources on this? Where could we go back to see somebody who said what the government is saying now? We have to go revisit this book. And then when you go look at the other chapters, all the government documents he put in this book, nobody could debunk it. I mean, I never heard it debunked, right? But anyway, let's listen. It says, I looked around quickly to see if anyone else had seen it. Ensign Ball was still bending over the IMC. He was ordering coffee. Geronimo was looking down the starboard side aft. I was torn between my duty to report what I had seen and the knowledge that if I did, no one would believe me. As I looked out over the ocean, I saw only skies, clouds, and water. It was as if nothing had happened. I almost thought I had dreamed it. Yeah. Look, well, I really didn't know about none of those other people. Right? I didn't know about Z York. I was in Oakland. I didn't know about Zeok or Steve Cloakley. But now let's go back to Steve Cloakley, how good a job he did of debunking it in 2024, when right now we got evidence that this could be truth to what he's saying. Let's keep it real. In light of what they're saying about at least UFO activity over the water, this is a person who was in the Navy who made these claims that now it's harder to say that he was lying, or even that this portion that I'm reading has been debunked. Right? So I would like to hear, oh, it ain't evidence, but it is lining exactly up with what the government is saying right now. And so I know you put efforts in debunking it, so maybe it's stepping on your toes that the information that I'm reading is lining up with the U.S. government is saying right now. So that might be an issue, because sometimes we put our work into something and then, oh shit, we debunked this and now Smash got it on his show. And I don't care what y'all debunked. I seen that shit with my own eyes. You can't debunk that. So I'm just trying to show you people who talked about the phenomenon that the U.S. government is talking about right now and wrote about it in literature. Right? I looked around quickly to see if anyone else had seen it. I read that part. It was as if nothing I read that too. I looked back towards the spot about 15 degrees relative off the port and above, and about 2.5 nautical miles distance, nothing, not even a hint of what had happened. In seeing Ball, I said, I thought I saw something 15 degrees relative off the bow, but I lost it. That is what happened when we put our efforts into something and, oh, we killed that back in the day. Tell me how y'all killed what he seen. And then I go to other shit in this book, and I want to know how y'all killed it. Like when he said in the book that they was going to use homosexuality and spread it throughout America and make it mainstream. I want to know how y'all killed that part. I'm not vouching for the book. I'm simply want to know how y'all killed that part. Chariots of the Gods? That's a whole different book, but I may be off. Yeah, that's a whole nother book. I think that's Eric Von Däniken. So look, I was just lifting the binoculars off my chest when I saw the giant saucer shape plunging out of the clouds, tumbled and pushing the water before it, opening up a hole in the ocean and disappearing from my view. It was incredible. All right, so let's go back to some of the stuff that they was just saying here. Because it's somehow, when it's said in a form like this, it gets more relevance. Everything they saying right here is just words in print, Lou Gap. He offered his account. Everything that's being said in this hearing is drawn from text documents in the U.S. government that are just words on print of people's personal accounts. Right now, I'm putting my words into video, but I had a personal account, right? And so that could be debunked by somebody one day either, but I don't understand how you could debunk somebody's personal account.
Effort, and we'll see where that goes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I've run over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tennessee. I would now like to recognize Mr. Higgins. You're the king of Tennessee. Mr. Higgins, you're recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, Mr. Schellenberger notes in the report that we've been given for this hearing. I believe, Mr. Schellenberger, let me shift you, are the author of this report.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not the author.
Mr. Schellenberger. Were you the author of this report?
No, I
There's
was
no
not.
name on it.
No,
Do you know the author?
I do.
You do. And how would you estimate that madam or gentleman, the author?
The person is a current or former U.S. government employee.
And it states here that this is the public version of the author's report.
Yes.
So where might one find the non-public version of the author's report?
See,
I
they
don't know the
looking
answer
for
to that.
they're looking for written accounts too.
Be with the Department of Defense,
I don't know.
but you do know the author.
I do.
You know what the author's sources were?
The author's sources are described in the report. These databases, the Immaculate Constellation.
Right, but you expressed some confidence in the sources
I would.
earlier in
I do.
testimony. You expressed confidence. So do you know those sources?
I do.
Are they within the Department of Defense?
I can't say.
You can't say or you won't say?
I won't say.
Okay, why not?
Because I protect my sources, and I think the reason.
But you're not naming them. It's a big department, but many of us on my side of the aisle would say it's far too big. So you're talking about the
I understand what you're saying about in court, Lugal, but understand that they ain't in court right now. They're in a congressional hearing. And only evidence has been presented, the stuff that was written down on paper, right? See, that's what I'm saying. There you go, bro. All right, I see what you're doing. Because since you can't debunk the part where I came to, we could talk about all the crazy Christian shit he said, right? But what that got to do with him seeing, see, come on, Lugal. What that got to do with him seeing something when he was in the Navy? Now, this is a congressional hearing, right? Where every piece of documentation they looking for is something somebody wrote about a personal account. And if that's not it, they're looking for this is the U.S. government, again, looking for biological material that they recovered. So it's hard to go against something as time goes on and start to reveal that maybe it was something there. I'm just saying maybe it was something there. Maybe he did see something going in the oceans, because I, for 100%, did. Right? So now I'm not, my statements, you could throw them out the window too and debunk those. But it don't really matter, because my experience was for me. But now that the world is sharing this information, I can say, oh no, that shit ain't fake, bruh. You can think it's fake until you see some shit. And hopefully when you see some shit, you won't refer back to Bill Cooper, refer back to when I said it. And then you can say, oh, Smash said he's saying this shit that I'm seeing right now. Just like I refer back to Bill Cooper. When I was in Hawaii in 1998, I was like, oh shit. Even my homie said it first. And we was like, it was like what he was talking about, aliens in the ocean.
Department of Defense, sources from within the Department of Defense?
I'm not willing to reduce the potential universe of where my sources might be.
Okay, moving on. In this report, Mr. Elizondo, for reference, several types of allegedly alien craft or possibly alien craft or unknown aerial phenomena, what we used to call UFOs, are described. Spheres and orbs, discs and saucers, oval or tic-tac, triangular shape, boomerang and arrowhead, and irregular or organic. Mr. Elizondo, does that summarize to you?
So why, when he's saying it, and why, when it's in this panel, is the information deemed more credible? They sitting here talking about orbs, same way we be talking about, I mean, not we be, but you know, they talking about orbs and all the stuff.
Types of craft that we're discussing today?
Sir, that is a general morphology, historically speaking, of many UAP.
So those descriptions are very different craft. Is it your assessment that they would come of different origins?
It's possible, but it's also could be in a sense a matter of utility. And let me just say for the record, I never read the report that or the article that Mr. Schellenberger put out. The reason
That's a good point. We're just referencing it.
Yes, sir.
For descriptive purposes for the American people. Mr. Schellenberger, in this report, it's striking to me that regarding the descriptions of experiences with these various craft, several of them include biological effects and several do not. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so spheres and orbs, triangular craft, and irregular or organic craft include some descriptions of biological effects.
Organic craft. Man, we gotta start listening. What is an organic craft? I'm glad some of y'all is relegated to the darkness. I'm glad some of y'all just gotta be where y'all gotta be. It's different levels to life and different levels to experience, right? So you can express the greatness of your ignorance of what occurs on the earth, the greatness of you not believing in something. Express the greatness of it. It don't do nothing great. I'm just saying, the greatness of refutation is just simply poking your lips out, folding your arms, feeling discontent about something, right? But what's the greatness of thank you? Yeah, I know a lot of these people is crazy. What would be the greatness of actually having an experience that people don't believe occurs in reality? See? What would be the greatness of having an experience that some people occurred in reality? The aliens showed the hologram. They probably did then shit. You feel me? I ain't no Christian though, so I probably wouldn't have seen no Christ cross. I probably would have seen some other shit. But all I know is what he said about the water, going in and out of the water, which is what I referenced. I wasn't referencing no shit about no Christ crosses, as if that debunked anything else he said. It really don't. And I read the whole book back in the day. I felt the same way about it until I had an experience in 1998 where the only point of reference I had was some shit that I read in the book. Good for you, Patah. You had some shit you can't explain. Good for you. But it wasn't the same damn experience I had. You see? You had some shit happen. We all had some shit happen to us. But if I tell you that something happened to me, you can't say you got any way to prove it that it ain't true. You just could not believe it.
Including feelings of unease, electronic device malfunctions, long-term psychological effects such as anxiety or insomnia have been noted, feeling of being watched, a shared awareness with the triangle craft, and under the irregular and organic craft, biological effects include physical sensations of warmth or cold and unexplained smells and psychological distress. So these are very specific descriptions of the reactions of human beings, which allegedly have been noted from a study here, a report. all of those experiences would have been described by the sources that the author used?
I'm not sure I understand.
I don't think nobody in this congressional hearing has used the word imagination, right? I don't think that they got these people sitting around if it was still on the level of imagination. Like, you can say what you want and you can position yourself how you want. I'll open up the chat, right? But I'm saying, they ain't talking about nothing imaginary here. So this is why niggas can't have these conversations. There's always one dumb nigga around fucking shit up, trying to act like they under the guise of what you on. Think about it. It's always one nigga gonna be there doing that shit. And you can't have a serious conversation about nothing. Who in the room, who is the dude in their room right now doing that? They simply entertaining the question, what's going on?
Just a very broad description of biological effects. And it's striking to me that they are present with relation to some types of craft, but absent in others. This would require a great deal of research and study. Can you explain that?
My understanding is that this is the database is very large. It includes both the images, the videos, the still images, as well as the human intelligence, the reports, the raw data from individuals having these experiences. So in answer to your question, yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at a very large amount of data collected over many decades.
And that data is held by the Department of Defense?
Well, I will say that after I published, I was told that this...
A large amount of data, a huge amount of that data is going to be people's personal accounts. Exactly. Ain't nobody in the hearing talking about, it might be imagination.
This program that the USAP was actually managed by the Department of Defense but held at the White House.
Roger
but
that.
That's a single source, and I don't have multiple sources to verify that.
Thank you, sir. I did my best to trick an answer out of you, but I was partially successful. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Frost for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to serving on this committee, the Oversight Committee, I also serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where we often discuss how essential data and evidence are used in science and used at departments such as NASA. During a hearing, NASA Administrator Nelson affirmed the importance of NASA in helping us to understand UAP. Mr. Gold, if the government doesn't have the data it needs on UAP because, say, someone who saw something is concerned about stigma, public backlash, etc., or maybe there's just not good systems in place, how are we supposed to ultimately figure out what's going on?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And let me compliment Administrator Nelson that there wouldn't have been a UAP independent study team if it wasn't for his leadership and courage. We're talking about data and where we can get data from. As I described, NASA has whole archives of data, much of which I believe will likely have information that will help inform UAP. We need only look. And again, in an era with AI and ML, we can relatively quickly and easily go through it. So I think it's something that we should encourage NASA to do. However, per Chairman Grothman's comment about UAP focusing on national security sites, I believe there's something, sir, that you may have heard of called sensor bias. That because we've got more cameras, more monitoring of national security, we don't know how extensive UAP activity may be over civilian areas. And this is to the second part of your question where we're not collecting the data. We're not collecting sufficient data from pilots. We're not collecting sufficient data from civilian and commercial activities. And this is, again, where ASRS, I think, could substantially change that, get the data out there, and allow us to do good science.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, on the data, you know, I'm a really big proponent of transparency. But But obviously, there's always a little bit of balance that we have to have in government on transparency as well. I mean, last year, NASA appointed a director of UAP research in response to the recommendation by the independent study team. In the final report, there's a quote, "Despite numerous accounts and visuals, the absence of consistent, detailed, and curated observations means we do not presently have the body of data needed to make definite and scientific conclusions about UAP."
I don't know. I did see one. I don't disagree with you there, little guy, but I did see one doctor on the panel. I don't know what his doctor is, but this panel is about recovering documents, right, and information that the Congress is not privy to. You feel me? It's not about, and so they talking about how we get this information. What's up with this information? All these, the government's been running these programs without congressional oversight. Give us some information on that. And certain things about it, they saying we can't talk about that, but yeah, we can talk about this. I don't even think it could be compared to nothing religious. And whatever you got against religion, like, don't got nothing to do with what we talking about. For real. They not discussing no beliefs. Nobody discussed beliefs. They discussing documents. Documentation in the U.S. government of unidentified aerial phenomena. Like, I know we didn't mounted stuff say this can't be true, but hey, the world changing, and now cats gonna get their mask cracked when shit just pop up in their house, walking looking like some alien being and shit. I'm just romanticizing or having fun, but this is not like no joke. They not just on here like, oh, okay, we got people who say shit. They want to see the documents that the government been looking over and know what programs been ran and where this has been going. You feel me?
Can you just talk really quickly about that balance of security and transparency?
So I can say, having served at NASA, it is the most transparent organization I've ever been in. When we would have conversations.
All right, little guy. Why, if you want, all right, type this in next. Why are you ignoring the fact that they said they have biological remains? Would that not be evidence? Just tell me. Because that's not all they was trying to recover was just documents. They say materials and biological remains. And they was like, why couldn't we recover these remains? So tell me why you're not accepting that part of this presentation. I'm just trying to figure it out. It's because the time we invested in debunking shit like this. That's just straight shooting.
Executive leadership, things would leak out almost instantly. So I can assure you, intentionally or not, NASA's very transparent. I don't know if many of you have worked with engineers or scientists. They love to talk. So I believe that NASA is a paradigm of transparency, but we must have the ability and the data to be able to be transparent with. And if we're not gathering that, if we're not looking at it, then we can't bring NASA in.
Let's go back to the beginning.
Again, I signed documentation. Pentagon. The problem is,
from here, how would you get that block?
This part right here that we missed.
Later on.
Space, correct? So
there
was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin, Bigelow Aerospace, and the CIA.
There's a transfer between Lockheed. Let's just listen to this part. Shaz Move and my man Lugal. Listen to this part.
Allegedly blocked this. Can you describe that?
What I can say is that it was blocked. Why it was blocked?
Collected. Mr. Elizondo.
Let's listen closely.
Does any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
Sir, there's documentation that I believe was submitted for the record that was approved for release by the U.S. Pentagon, by the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review, and it states one of the reasons why my predecessor program, OSAP, was trying to collect material of
Let's stop.
unknown origin.
Did you succeed?
His predecessor program was trying to collect material of unknown origin, not documents, but material. Let's all just digest that for a minute. Those who learning, those who known this forever, the debunkers and those who with it. They were trying to collect material, not documents. But these documents read that they were trying to collect materials. See? We need to be clear on that part first. Because Cat's saying it ain't no evidence. Let me know if we clear on that part, Lugal. Were they trying to collect materials of unknown origin? Yes or no? See? Like, golly. What y'all think, I'm on some spaceship or something? Materials of unknown origin. Okay. Now let's let them keep talking. So we got it. So now y'all both got it as yeah, they were trying. What? We chilling. Bro, come on now. Oh, if my voice start to sound like that, that's just the way I sound, family. Definitely never. We don't even need to say, I appreciate you saying no disrespect, and I want you to go harder, not softer. If you know something that I need to know, help me know it. But don't get it twisted. We on the show, we live, we chilling. You too, Patah. Shoot your little arrows. Shit, whatever. Here we go. Now listen, because I got y'all. He said materials. Now watch them pinpoint what type of materials these are.
Was it successfully collected?
It was not. What happened
First,
is that
he's
there
going
was
to
an
talk about.
aerospace contract.
I need y'all to peep. Because they're talking about one thing. First, they're going to be talking about what he went through trying to recover these materials. Then they're going to talk about the consistency of the materials. Shout out to this. Y'all, watch this.
A company that requested to divest itself of the material that was collected in the 1950s. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Bigelow Aerospace, correct? So
yes, sir.
There was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin, Bigelow Aerospace, and the CIA allegedly blocked this. Can you describe that?
What I can say is that it was blocked.
No, he said it was not recovered. Y'all got to keep listening. It was not recovered because it was blocked. Oh, okay. Let me slow this down for the people who ain't hearing it. They're trying to get it from the people who recovered it. Lockheed Martin. And them getting the materials back from Lockheed Martin was blocked. God, watch this.
It was blocked. I can only surmise. I was part of some conversations later on with some of those contract personnel where they had told all of us that is accurate. What we required was a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force in order to make that complete, and that never occurred. And so when Secretary Mattis became Secretary of Defense, I decided it would be appropriate for me to try to receive a memo from him as SecDef, as Secretary of Defense, if we could not get a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force to transfer that material.
So if that material exists today, who's in?
Now they're still talking about the material that they was not able to recover, but Bigelow Aerospace had recovered. Thank you, Kavette. Appreciate you.
Possession.
Sir, I wouldn't be able to have that conversation in an open hearing. We'd probably have.
So he can't tell y'all who has this material. They still talking about the same material. Let's see when they say that it's bodies and stuff.
Let's have that.
Okay, my question to you then is, if we were in a secure setting, if we were in a SCIF, would you be able to provide or get access to something, whether it's visuals or material that we could put our hands on, or biologics, that would convince me, that would show me that we have non-human origins?
Sir, that decision would not be mine. That would be.
Hold on. So he's trying to get him to show him that we have non-human origins, but we still saying of what, right? So that's cool. A meteorite would be a non-earthly origin, but not non-human. Notice they talking about biology here, but let's just keep going. They're gonna say it out their own mouths. That's why I'm like, I don't understand what y'all not hearing. You can keep going down those lines, Chaz Move, but when he say it out his mouth, what material they talking about, what are you going to say?
To the gatekeepers still in the U.S. government.
And who would we, so if you were in our shoes, where would you go from here? How would you get that information? How would, where, you know, a lot of times we just don't know who to ask because we don't know where to go next. So if you were in our shoes, where would you go?
Well, I prefer to answer that question in a closed session. However, we established AARO for that very purpose, and unfortunately, under its previous leadership, it failed. So one would hope that they would have the authorities necessary to do that. Let's hope that this new iteration of leadership will be successful.
In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there discussion about it was previously testified that there was biologics that were collected.
See, this is the part y'all failed to understand. Is this just about materials? Or they're saying there were some biologics. Now they're going to say the word for you, Chaz Move, bodies. Like I'm catching right now. They're going to say bodies. I know you're like, oh, you're not catching no bodies. I'm just having fun. They're going to say bodies. Now, when they say bodies, could you say, okay, they said bodies. My bad. They said bodies. Watch this.
Are you aware of any of that?
Hold on. That's their conclusion? Let's see.
New iteration of leadership will be successful.
In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there discussion about it was previously testified that there was biologics that were collected. Are you aware of any of that?
I am, sir, aware of the reporting that biologics have been recovered. Again, my focus was more nuts and bolts.
So hold on. He focusing on nuts and bolts like the technology, but he heard that biologics have been recovered. Now, if y'all gonna try to fight what's biologics, that could be a virus, that could be a bacteria. Okay, cool. It's still not from this earth. Show me a bacteria we got that's not from this earth right now. But while you trying to Google and chat GPT that, just go on and wait to him say bodies.
Looking at the physical aspects of these phenomenon, how they interacted around military equities and nuclear equities. So I'm certainly not a medical expert. I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
But was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes. Yes.
We have is it multiple?
Now, shush. It's over. Do we have possession of bodies? Yes. Let me just go on and make that into a clip real quick. Since cats didn't hear it and they acting like I'm crazy. Golly. We need to make that clip. Oh, they ain't got this clippable? Well, let me rewind it. I'm going to just do the rewind thing 15 million times. It happens at 6:07, right? 6:07. Nope. You didn't hear that, I'm sure. Because I'm just on here talking crazy, like sacrificing myself, talking about some weird shit. I ain't said nothing about no bodies. They on here talking about bodies with a quick yes. Now let's hear this again.
Medical expert, I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
But was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes. Yes.
We have is it multiple types of creatures or?
Sir, I couldn't answer that. I can tell you anecdotally that it was.
Now, if y'all just want to stay in what y'all been studying and go out old school, not adapting to new information, then so be it. But the government telling you they got bodies recovered of alien origin. If y'all can't hear this, it's not my fault. I'm not about to define what type of bodies and get on that fake shit y'all on. You hear what the hell he's saying. So you can stay in denial for how it ain't not gonna hurt me if you in denial. Everybody gonna be in denial. In denial. I'm gonna play this again, right? Because I ain't even tripping. I'm just chilling. But you know what? If some people don't like what you're putting out, apparently it had to be y'all today. But hey, that's what's required. People don't be liking the truth.
Expert, I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
But was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes, yes.
We have is it multiple types of creatures or?
Sir, I couldn't answer that. I can tell you anecdotally that it was discussed quite a bit.
That's another thing I don't disagree with. Lugal says the government will tell you anything. But man, the form of your repudiation went from pulling up sources where the dude who said he seen some stuff when he was in the Navy talking about Christ. Now, since we proved that the material that they was talking about they recovered was bodies, now you just got the government will tell you anything. Which I don't disagree with y'all on that. Man, I'm on your side. Shit. It's all good. Billy Carson out here doing wonderfully. I ain't mad. Say something about Billy Carson. He doing good. All he got against y'all is y'all hate. Right? Tell the truth, Shazmu. Your hate of Billy Carson ain't knocking nothing off his million views. I just don't rock with that because that's pseudo information. But right here, this coming from the government, right? You can say this could be pseudo too. Then we simply have to ask ourselves, what's the reason for this hearing? Like maybe they trying to fool us because they're going to try to unite the world. Well, now y'all giving Billy, not Carson, but Cooper, more prevalence. But yeah, all right, let's go to the bad stuff. I can show you some more stuff he said. He talking about the rapture. I remember him talking about the rapture in here. But maybe that word ain't even found in here. So somehow he's talking about the end of times in this book where he be going through all kind of stuff. Maybe I'm recalling it wrong. But I just came here to show what he said he seen when he was on the patrol boat. Maybe this is a fake picture. Like we could ask Candace Owens. She'll let us know whether all this was fake and he wasn't in the Navy and he didn't see no shit. All right, now I'm going to tell my story, then I'm going to open up the chat. So if we go back and read all of these chapters, besides when he started talking about what he believed religion, bro, we'll see it with so much stuff in this book. All right, let me write this and tell me this didn't happen. Let's see. Or maybe, let's see. I'll just try to, I don't even want to be repeating that word, but I'm just trying to see some stuff that he wrote in this book. That was hella crazy. But I'm not off this. I want to have some fun. And I remember I went here and I showed y'all hieroglyphics you never knew. And so now I'm going to talk about what I was talking about this whole time. Right? Because on this trip, the reason why I'm such a, I so believe, I don't want to say advocate, but I believe that they're not joking and they're not fooling people. I'm going to share the link in a minute after I do this. Then y'all really going to have some material to beat me up. So check it out. After, It's just because I mean, you know, I had this experience I'm about to talk about. I didn't see no aliens. I didn't see no spacecraft. My experience was with light. Right? So we flew out to Hawaii in 1998 to shoot this video. But we rented a condo or whatever. We was out there for like a week or two. So I had some fun today, and I was like, let me get some images for the story. Let me see if I can post that. Right. There we go. Filming You Never Knew on the beach of Hawaii, 1998. All was well. I didn't even rap on this song, and so I was happy just to go to Hawaii. Just because the crew, we put up our own money to go out there and film our own video. So everybody getting a ticket in the room. I'm like, man, I'm gone too. I need to be in the video. Anyway, we all was there. Right? He said, there go your lights. Video, I think it was shot by Jacob Rosenberg. If not, I know Jake was out there shooting pictures because that's why I got that picture of me on the beach where it was a Rottweiler in the back and I'm buried under the sand with my head in the ground. And so we was just chilling. Y'all know Diamond Head or whatever that monument is. We had went up to Diamond Head, kicked it, cats tried to hike to the top, whatever. And that night, me and a couple of fellas rode out. Right? So I remember, and I wrote it in the song so that I will remember it for a long time. We took Highway 1 to 93, freestyle and rode straight to the end of the island. We went down this old dirt road and seen some government shit. And I'm glad I wrote that in there because that's always an option. But I said, we went down this old dirt road, seen some government shit. We straight chilling, just loving the shit. We wilding. Rode to the end of the island. That's all I can remember right now because the main reason why I wrote the rap was to remember the directions how to get there. Right? So I was like, we wilding, rode straight to the end of the island. Well, anyway, we did. We rode. And you could go look on the map now. That's just how my rap. You'll see that if you take Highway 1, it'll turn to 93. And then 93 will turn to this little dirt road. I remember even looking at this on a map before. And at the end of that dirt road, obviously, since you're on the island, you'll be at a beach. Right? Yeah, this is going to be the same exact story. Watch this. But it ain't for qualification. It's just to contribute because I know I ain't the only one who's seen stuff like that. But I don't even believe, I mean, everybody else's experience don't be like mine. Mine was in a way to where I could have beyond a shadow of a doubt that these things had some type of intelligence. And so even as time passes, when I entertain what type of technologies these could have been, we ain't got that to this day. But we'll keep talking about it. We was riding, we got to the end of the island. And we chilling. 3 deep in the rental, just talking, you know, you can imagine after a video shoot, let's go ride out, chill. Yeah, definitely we were smoking. Don't even think that was have anything. I mean, you can say what you want, but I just want you to know, yes, we was out there chilling. Just like right there. Now, here go the funnest part. It wasn't like we was new. Yeah, I mean, we was young. How old was I? what that was, 1997. I might have been about 22. I don't know. I'm adding up stuff. Might have been about 25 or something. Right? So we sat there for heck long sitting on the beach. You know, we didn't get out the car because it's hella dark. This image I just made up is all lit up. But that ain't really the real. I just drew this up to do this YouTube. It was really so dark on the beach, you can imagine that it was lightweight frightening. But, you know, you ain't getting out the car, so you ain't tripping. And the stars were so abundant, right? I mean, you can see almost every star in the sky. Now, before, and it's funny that they gave this dude this hairdo like this, but before, I'm sitting in shotgun, my one homie in the driver's seat, other homie in the back seat. Before we even started to even see anything, right? Over our shoulders, so imagine if we turned our head and looked over our shoulder out the car this way, towards the rear of the car. It's hella trees, but they're not hella close to us because we right by the water on the beach, just like that. It's hella trees, just like think Hawaii, Oahu. We was on Oahu. So if you, I mean, I can show you, bro. Like, this is not a game. Matter of fact, we're going to get this in again. Google Maps. And what you is going to see is that on my Google Maps, I put a pin there years ago. I'm going to say GHY, Highway 1, Hawaii. Highway 1, I said, if I put Highway 1, Hawaii, we're going to be able to see everything I was talking about. And so what I'm going to do is change the satellite so we can see. All right, that's it. Now it's this way. See Highway 1? So what's going to happen if you go west? I'm sorry. If you go west on Highway 1, right? You're going to come to a smaller highway called 93. Now, you think I took time to make this up? Or maybe I just thought I seen something I didn't see. So now you know you're getting out into the cut. Now, they go 93. Look. Wow. Let me zoom in so everybody can say, okay. See, this is where Highway 1 turned to 93. I'm zooming in further. So I said took Highway 1 to 93. Now, if you keep going down 93, it's going to turn to an old dirt road. Now, I said, in the rap, I said, went down this old dirt road and seen some government stuff. And I want to talk about that too. Because when we entertain that what I thought, what I seen, what could have been government technology, I want us to note that there was some type of government based there. Oh, wait till I open up the chat. Then we could really get the show popping. There was some type of government based there. But I want us to see how, I mean, you can't make nothing like this up. So I took Highway 1 to 93. Now you're going to take 93. Watch it turn to a dirt road. Unless they paved it by now. Then you're going to see exactly the beach. And the cold part is there's going to be a pin there. Because years ago on Google, I made sure I never forget this place. Now, where's it going to turn to the dirt road? Here it go. This is that little zombie village. I'll talk about that later. Now you see you still proceeding down 93. It's got to turn to a dirt road, so I'm going to zoom out. How far did we go? Damn. Hold on. I'm going to zoom out. Because I'm like, did we go that far? It's going to go in a loop. Nah, we got to the I wish it had my old locations on here. Let me see saved. Dang, it ain't got nothing saved. I don't know why. All right. Now, since this goes so far and it's gonna loop around, I'm losing exactly where I was gonna show us where we was. But I think it's this beach around here. Because if I zoom in, we're gonna see this little government thing. Watch. It never turned to a dirt road. So since 1991, they might have since 1997 or whatever, they might have changed a lot. I'm pretty sure they have. But I remember on Google Maps, I put a star on the beach. Anyway, wish I could go right there just to show us. Now when all right. Oh, well, it was anyway, 91 to 93, blah, blah, blah. I think it gotta be around here. Let me see. Yep, there it go. Got it. Remember I said it was some government stuff? Look, Kiana Point Space Force Satellite Tracking Station. So don't think you about to say, oh, that's what it was. Because even us, yeah, I'll be around. I'm sorry, I'm talking so long-winded. And I'm going to just take my time with the story. But if you do got the time, the guy, hopefully you could come on. But even us back in the day when it happened, we was entertaining that it was some secret technology that they had at this base. So this is the beach right here. We was like, maybe, but we all came to the conclusion it couldn't have been that. Because of so now look, we pull up around here. This is the dirt road. Went down the old dirt road. I said, see some government shit. Look at it turn to dirt. Right here, bro. You can't even play. How could I come on Google with a rap and the government and Bill Cooper and all this stuff and just have this weird ass story? So this is Oahu, but I want y'all to know, for the people who want to debunk what I've seen, that there is the Kiani or whatever point satellite Space Force satellite tracking station was right there. Now this is the old dirt road, and so we turned in right about right here. Now remember, I came here to tell y'all about the trees. Don't forget, we was just on this slide, and I was like, okay, with some trees over our shoulder, let me go to Google Maps and show you. So now I'm gonna go back to the slide, but these are the trees, because look, we park around right here. We probably went to the right a little and parked right around right here, right? So let me see if they'll let me get a street view of any of this. Oh yeah, they done updated pimping. Let me see. So we must have did pull in closer to this. So there go that little thing. So now you know, okay, if they was testing some satellites, cool, but satellites can't do this. What we about to see. I don't think we pulled into the first entrance. So let me go down. I'm trying to do this all the way on point. And it's nighttime, hella dark. Don't forget. And we was in the sandy area. It wasn't green grass. So we had to at least have came down. And these would be maybe, it don't look like trees now, but it would be back, they must have cut it down. Yeah, we on this area. So this is where we seen it, facts. And we way out here by this dot or whatever, right? But let me look at my surroundings now. So over in this area was the first weird thing happened. Behind us, because we aim in this area, and when I came here to tell y'all this, I was trying to describe what was behind us. So I'm gonna come back here, right? And then I'll show you. I want to share, man. Hold on. What's going on? Click share. I'm trying to present. So that's what it looked like over our shoulder. Really, the AI got the car aiming the wrong way, basically. I should have just said, aim the car the other direction. But it should be facing straight out. So I'm on the slide. That's the next slide. And so first, over our shoulder, this is what happened. Nothing phenomenon. It was just a red light, right? The best way I could explain it is if you think about trees, because back then it was trees. So if you think about trees about 20 foot tall, and let's say, since you see our perspective now and you see how far away that was from the beach and the angle it was, we'd have to look over our right shoulders backwards to see those trees. Let's say, because all we tried to do was use logic. I'm a man of logic. I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't even, before I seen this, you could have never got me to say anything about no aliens or nothing. Spaceships, but I didn't see no aliens. I see something weird. But check this out. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that, Max. And so first, what we seeing to the right, and this we are far down the beach, a little bit away from the satellite tracking station, but this part don't got nothing to do with that. It appears that these were terrestrial people just walking. We never seen no people. All we seen was a red light. And so to reconcile what we were seeing at first, we didn't even trip. What we thought was somebody was walking their dog with a red flashlight, right? You could go back to me telling this story 10, 15 years ago. I'm going to tell every detail the exact same way. So because we was just like, that ain't shit. You know, I mean, somebody came, what's that? But trying to get us like scared on some Freddy Krueger type chill. Like, what's that? Not on no alien stuff. And we just like, oh, that's just some people walking their dogs with a red flashlight. So then we chilling. We just sitting there chilling, doing what we do. All of a sudden, maybe 20 minutes later, the guy in the passenger seat, I'm in the passenger seat. The guy in the driver's seat said, he goes, bruh, you see that? We like, what? He like, bruh, I thought I was looking at a shooting star and that shit went into the ocean. This is the dude in the driver's seat. Hold up. He said, I thought I was looking at a shooting star or something to this effect. I'm paraphrasing. He started describing what he's seen looked like a shooting star going into the ocean. But right now, we're not even seeing it going into the ocean. We seeing just a star in the air. Imagine that going all the way to the water, which my eyes didn't witness. My eyes got to witness everything else. So we on our regular height. Like, you tripping, you know me. We like, you ain't saying shit, we just doing us. Laughing, giggling like the movie Fridays or something. You just could imagine it. He in the front seat carrying on. I'm telling you. And he carried on for maybe like 10 minutes. The vibe changed, whatever, right? But he referenced that book that I just saw. He was like, remember that book that we used to read in high school? And he was, I was like, yeah, we like, yeah. He like, just like that. Just like what he said going into the water. But notice, we still critics of what he's saying. Wow, yeah, that's just another image I got of it going into the water, right? So we talking again. Now I wish this car was faced straight out to the water, because everything we seen, we wasn't facing no houses. We was facing straight out on the ocean. So we sitting there. Now this whole thing occurrence happened over at least the time of about an hour. Right? And so I say about 15 minutes after he had said that. So notice, we on our second weird thing that happened while we were sitting out there. The first weird thing, we wrote it off just like some people walking with dogs through the trees behind us with a red flashlight, which is hella strange. Why would that happen? Maybe those was the people controlling what we thought was a phenomenon in the dark, with some old technology drones back in 1990, with some new technology drones back in 1998. But I know about drones, so let's talk about all that. Now, first thing that happened was when we facing straight out on the water, and they got us in the back of the car now. I just didn't want to spend too many time. 3 lights, and it didn't appear from the air like they got it doing here. Just imagine the lights at the bottom on the water surface. If you really want a real visual of what we seen, imagine those, not the top portal coming from here. I should have erased this. But these lights at the bottom in the shape of circular orbs, right? And now they a little bit out further than this, and we ain't in the car with the doors open. We would have been hella scared. We was in the car, doors closed. And when we first noticed them, they wasn't even really doing much. So I was like, what's them 3 lights out on the water? Right? Just looked like 3 lights. Maybe it could have been 3 boats coming in from hella far away. And we had not ever connected it to what he was saying about seeing something fly into the water earlier. I'm telling you, we didn't connect the two. We just sitting there like, what's them lights out there now? 15 minutes later, feel me? Like, what's them lights out there? Bruh. Now this is, you can imagine how long we was looking at this, right? And I'm glad I got my images to accompany and make it a little better. But look, the lights first, just imagine the circular orbs on the water. Did I make a better image? See, I tried to make another one, but they put the orbs up too high in the sky. They wasn't like that. And they way out hella far, about as far as this one would touch the water. They probably further out, and they smaller, and they don't got all these little dots on them. They just one bright circle of light. They on top of the water, as these was, with this much distance from us, even further. Maybe if I could tell you 2 nautical miles, you know what I'm saying? So now watch this. So we sitting there like, hell no, what's that? We trying to, we want it to be something, just, you want it to be something. Until it started being something for real. So we like, oh, that's until the lights really started exuding unrealistic properties. So after about a few, maybe 45 seconds, a minute, I don't know if it was 5 minutes. After a while, these 3 lights on the water at 2 a.m. start doing so much erratic stuff that we were trying to figure out, playing our sane man logic game, right? You know how men together, before you freak out, y'all all gonna try to identify it so that everybody can calm down. And y'all stand in y'all normal personas for the moment because it ain't time to freak out yet. So y'all just trying to stay cool. Somebody like, that's just, and not coming up with nothing that we can think of. And I'm like, I'm logic man. That's my whole shit, logic wit, right? And so I'm like, okay, check this out. That's 3. This is how the lights look to us. And I was trying to get us to take this so we wouldn't be scared. I said, that's 3 professional jet skiers with headlights on their jet skis doing donuts at 2 in the morning. So you know how, if you ever did a donut on a jet ski, is a certain way they whip around. You could go under, you could submerge yourself on the jet ski and almost be under the water for a minute and come back up, right? You gotta try it. If you never did it, it might be scary, but if you just stay on that thing, you're gonna be cool. So imagine 3 a.m. hitting. Nah, that weed was just okay. We from California. Hawaiian weed ain't got shit on Cali, cuz. Everybody out, man, check this out. We was growing plants since 14, bro. Like, it's not none of that going on. We was growing top of the line indica, California, since 14. In my, bro, everybody, all my homies took an ounce to school on the first day of school, senior year. We all took an ounce. I know it sounds stupid now, but that's what we did. So weed wasn't nothing. Like, that's not even nothing. We ain't even, you at the point where it's just like a cigarette. Just what y'all did at that time. To be social. Right? And again, ask anybody, Cali was putting hands on that Maui Wowie. So look, now we got to take these top things out of it because I didn't see nothing like that. And I don't want y'all to be getting the wrong image. What I seen was closer to this, but they was further out. And this is how we was in the car aimed at this angle. And it was further out, pushed way out. Now, these lights start moving over vast distances way out here, like way out here. They start moving independently of each other at vast distances. And here's something I started to notice when I started to say, okay, this is some weird shit. I still was trying to be East Oakland. It was 1998. But when I start seeing this part, then I started saying, okay, this is some different shit. Because after I told people that, after I told my partners trying to make us be comfortable that that's some jet skiers, which I knew was illogical in my logic. Why would they do it at 2 in the morning? Why wouldn't they just wait till the morning? Jet skis don't have headlights. I was thinking all that stuff that was debunking myself, but that was the best answer we could come up with. So when I seen this next thing, I was trying to examine the properties of what 3 boats, if it wasn't jet skiers, let's just say boats, but boats can't circle that fast. Boats can't make these type of movements. The closest things would have been jet skis, and they would have had to been super high performance in that after. That was just earlier. Once the lights start doing all this other stuff, the jet ski stuff got threw out. But watch this. So we watching for a good, it ain't even it's not a short incident, y'all. Every time I tell this story, I appropriate that it probably took 30 minutes. We got to watch it for at least 30 minutes to an hour. But that's too long in reality. It seemed like that long, so it must have been at least 25 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Where we was just watching this thing. Now, I'll shorten that down again because inside of that 25 minutes, I should say, some shit happened. And this is when I started to learn to talk about the intelligence and all that shit. So here's a few things that I want us to understand. And if any drone pilots are in here like myself, raise your hand. Like, let's not even play with me. I put the first drones in hip hop videos. Damn, man, let me see. Let me go to my page. Like, I just don't be liking the way that we be thinking, oh, you got it, nope. Let me view my channel. Now I'm going to say, Drones open. Man, my homie was building drones, right? Look, drones in the hood, 11 years ago. I went downtown filming, doing stuff, you know, that's the federal building in Oakland. I mean, 11 years ago ain't that long ago, but stop fronting like cats you know was really just in their city 11 years ago, flying around with drones because the technology wasn't out here. I just got that when it first came out, right? And I'm looking in the windows of the federal building, just having fun, and then just whatever. I'm far away, whatever. This before they had even passed all the laws and everything. Now, if you want to go back before that, my man Chris from Spin Spot used to make drones, right? And so I don't know if I got Chris from Spin Spot. I do got it in the video. He made drones and would teach me how to try to use a drone to make it look like a crane. I rebuilt drones and I understand drones. At the time when this incident happened, I didn't have all that. I didn't know all that. But I've been thinking about this for over, you know, maybe 20 years. I mean, right? And so one thing I know, if I come back to here, where was I at? Oh, did I snap out of camera? No. One thing one thing to know is we didn't see nothing but solid orbs of light, right? These three dots, balls. As we sitting in the car, we started to think about, man, cats ain't gonna believe us when we get back to the room. They're not gonna believe us. And we all said different things about that. Well, the homie who was in the back seat, and this is when it started, but I forgot to tell you, before this happened, right? What I noticed when I was trying to reconcile whether it was a jet ski, whether those were jet skis or boats or not, what I noticed about the light is it defied the properties of physics. Now check this out. When I started to put it in the frame of what it would really look like if there was three jet skis hitting fast as donuts, basically these lights making circles. They just doing independent circles and shit all over different areas of the water that they were on. So when I was trying to use my logic, like, okay, well, first of all, I don't see the light streaking. I was thinking like, I would not just because it's a mist or whatever, at least enough of it on the top of the ocean that you'd be able to see the light go places like we seen when we looked over our shoulder, right? Now, so I started trying to examine that, and when these lights would move so fast over what had to be vast distances because they were far, far, far away, there was no streak. That was the first weirdest thing that I had noticed. That it would go from like over here to over here so fast, and it wouldn't be no light streak. To where that's just not realistic. Nothing could do that. If you move light really, really fast, like these things was moving, unhumanly fast, it has, the way we know light, it streaks because of the way we perceive it. Man, so I started pointing that out, and then it started getting weird. We started talking. Finally, the homie in the back seat was like, man, they ain't gonna believe us. And this is when it got crazy. Somebody could predict, and I think you predicted it, Shaz Move, by accident, though. You just said flashlight funkadelic. Well, watch what happened. He like, they not gonna believe us. They not gonna believe us. Man, he grabbed his camera. My dude, when he grabbed his camera, something inside of me, you know I'm dealing with logic back then. I'm trying to. I ain't the best at it, but I'm trying to do all logical stuff. When he grabbed, and think of this in real time, me and the homie in the front seat both like, hell no, no, no. You gonna give away our spot. That's what we was thinking. You know, we just witnessing this shit. Don't put no loud ass flash a light on the beach. We cool. Man, he was like, no, they're not gonna believe us. And went and grabbed the camera. And right there, my instincts was like, I don't think that's a good idea. I put this on everything. I was like, I don't think that's a good idea. And I tried to reach to the back seat and block the camera, and guess what happened? He snapped the film. Bruh, now this is when it got crazy. See, everything you thought I was saying was just story. I told you it's like a 45-minute ordeal, it felt like. He snapped the camera, and guess what happened, dog? You're never going to believe it. So in my head, after thinking over it for a long time, what he did when he flashed the camera, he didn't give up. He did give up our position, but what he did was made some type of communication with the light that a drone ain't a possibility anymore. Because when this is the weirdest shit. When he flashed the camera trying to take a picture of the lights, guess what they did? You wouldn't even be able to guess. They still not in the sky like this. And this one, this is the final point of where it wound up. But imagine this light right here in the middle, 2 miles out on the ocean. Like these are represented back here, but imagine them smaller, but just as bright as you could ever see. Right? And they're not, I mean, if I thought it was jet skis, you know they're on the surface of the water. They're not in the air at all. At all. They're not in the air. No. When he flashed the light, y'all, the 3 lights, the 2 outside lights zoomed to the middle light, and they turned to one light in a matter of maybe under a second. They zoomed to as soon as he flashed the light on the beach, and they was way out there. I don't like this picture. They way out there like this. Way out there, even further than this. He flashed the light. The one over here on the ground and the one over here on the ground on the surface of the water zoomed to the middle one and turned to one light. Now imagine the reaction. Now, you got to think of this in real time. The zoom of these 2 hold on, what's up? I'm live streaming. Now the zoom of these 2 outer orbs to meet the center orb, you know, I'm not being completely accurate. I would say it happened in under a second, right? And that was so far away. So it went like this. No, don't. I'm about to flat. And now it's just one light. Now watch this. Before we in the car can respond to what we just had seen, and it's way out here, but imagine only one now, and it's on the ground. I mean, not the ground, but on the surface of the water. Before we in the 3, see, this should be a movie. Before we could respond to what we had seen, sitting in the same car, we start looking, and I told you it didn't shrink, but here goes something else, another physics property that I need y'all to explain to me. And this is the part that I pondered on the most. He took the picture. The outside, and we didn't hear no sound or nothing. The two outside lights zoomed into the middle light. And then the middle light zoomed from maybe about, I keep saying 2 miles trying to be generous. But it could have been almost like 2, 3, 4 miles out, bro. It's light. The two zoomed to the middle one, bro, and I put this on everything. Before my man who was on the right side of the driver's seat of the car, I'm on the passenger seat, before he could turn his hand to start the keys, and think about this in all real time, no slow motion. We seen it zoom together. Spookness will come over you in like the next 2 seconds. Now the next second he's trying to reach towards the keys to turn the keys, and bruh, that thing zoomed from all the way out where it was to right over the car. Now you see how this is hovering over the car? It was really like this, but here's the thing I want to point out. When it go back to the physics about it. And this is crazy. This is how I know it ain't from this world. It had to have been what it was, plus what it did. But watch this. When it zoomed up on us, first of all, it's going to be hard to believe, but the shape, the size of the light, from when it was way out there to when it was hovering, literally hovering over the hood of the car. From when it turned to 3 lights into 1 light and zoomed up and hovered over the car, dude, the shape of the light did not get bigger. Think about this shit. You know something, you see something that's hella far away, it be hella small. So if you see a man 2 miles away, he probably look like an inch in your perspective. So that you know when he get right in your face, he's 5 feet, 6 feet. It's just perspective. But what have you seen be small in the distance, and when it gets to you, it's still the same size as it was in the distance? Like no huge dramatic increase in size like I would have thought would have happened. So yes, this is me still in the middle of YouTube, beef, everything, right? Telling you this is what I've seen. And it ain't even no place close to done. It's no place close to done. This wasn't a short experience. This was an experience where you got to get a shot of adrenaline, and it happened for so long that the adrenaline actually wear off. And now y'all just sitting there comfortable. Because remember I told y'all it zoomed up on the car. My man was trying to start the car like we was going to escape or some shit. Before he could even crank the engine, I had to grab his hand because I'm in the passenger seat. I grabbed his hand like, don't even crank the engine. Now, at the time when I literally grabbed his hand like, don't crank the engine, this thing was hovering over our car hood. And it didn't do nothing. But the communication that I got from it was weird. So I'm going to just try to describe with the best I can. My complete intent to relate to this, whatever it was surrender. So I'm telling you, I was like, I don't want it to feel no aggression, no nothing from my body. The only thought I was thinking was like surrender. That's all. I never felt that, bro. I'm a fight. I run. We didn't high speed everything. Surrender. What? That's not a part of being on Earth. You see some shit like this, bruh. I never had surrender go through my head ever before. Man, that shit said it was me. It wasn't nothing else. It was me. I was like, bruh, surrender. You know what I'm saying? And the thing, it wasn't there for long. It only probably stayed over on top of the car for maybe, if I'm going to be realistic, 3 seconds. Like this. Maybe 4 seconds. Because it bounced. When I say bounced, it was trying to hold its position. Now you can talk about a drone, because I know drones do this. When they get to one little position and it's trying to steady, it did like a little up and down or whatever. But what drones don't do is turn from 3 lights into 1 light, and they don't move, they don't make it so when light is moving at a rapid speed, it will not streak. They also will increase in size. When a drone get hella far away from you, it be so small you can't see it no more. And when it get close, it's huge in real life actual size. This thing maintained the same size it had at miles away. When it was over the car, it wasn't hella big like this. If I could think, in my head, I'm trying to be realistic. If I could think of how big it was, you know, if you was to just take your hands and like you're doing jumping jacks, and then you make a circle over your head, the size of the circle, maybe if I could, I can't really say, because it was light and it was hella bright. So I'm thinking surrender. The light goes down, up, maybe down again, and shot back out to the ocean so fast. Like, you just like, what the hell is going on? Drones, don't nothing move like that, y'all. Like, come on now, come on, dog. It was like, you know how things moved in the movie Tron when we were younger? Making a 90-degree turn without the centrifugal force of you turning affecting it. To where you got to put some curvature to the turn because you're going so fast. It got to be some curve in the turn. Man, this thing was just like, choo, choo, choo. No streak, no curve, and you just watching it. Now check this out. This is when I said all that. And this ain't even really the good part yet. Because that right there was kind of frightening. But what my body felt when I looked at it, like, you know, I had the feeling of fear when it was zooming up on us. And maybe for the first millisecond of when it was hovering over the car. But after just seeing it wasn't doing nothing, and I just was not moving, none of us was moving, we just was looking at it, it went zoom, 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 and zoomed right back out to where it was. But then this is what made me say, okay, only 2 of the things can be true. My suspicions that it had something to do with a human at this point started rising, because this is what happened. When it shot back out to where it was at, it turned back into 3 lights, but it did not resume in doing the same behaviors that we was observing before it did all this. And as a matter of fact, dude, I started thinking, the word in my head at that time was flossing. Because the increased activity, for real, the increased activity that it started doing when it went back out to the water, it made me think some humans is that. This is when I started thinking, this a trick. Because why would these lights, if they was alien, and then we flash a light, and then us flashing the light at it, now when we want to talk about this, it really debunks everything I know about drones to this day. See, unless they had a 360 drone, which they just now kind of like developing, the 360 camera wasn't out yet. Think about this. Trust me, I try to figure it out for hella years. The 360 camera ain't out, so what does that mean? Well, unless they had some old school drone that they wanted to play with on the top of the water, right? With cameras, waterproof cameras at all 360-degree angles. See, when he flashed the light, whatever was behind us could not see the light. So even if it was some people in the satellite station, that's not true. It was so dark on the water, they wouldn't have seen, it was so dark on the beach, they wouldn't have seen the light get shined at them, but they would have seen that somebody took a picture on the beach. It was just that dark. It would have lit up a section of the beach just like lightning do for a brief moment. So if it was people in that satellite station behind us controlling some brand new technology that makes, now there you go, somebody like with a laser pointer, for instance. Say they was using some type of lasers, right? A laser don't get bigger when it get closer to you. Think about it. See, that's what I mean about that type of light. It had those type of properties. If you see the point of a laser at a distance, that mug gonna be damn near the same size as when you see the point of a laser right close to you. That's why they use lasers on guns, so that it worked like that, right? And so if y'all want to help me figure it out, maybe you'll say, okay, it would have to be lasers from what you're talking about. But lasers streak. So then it would have had to be, but anyway, I want to break down what I'm talking about. If this is the angle, and this is the angle that we've seen it at when he flashed the light at it, if it was a drone, it would have the camera would have had to have been facing us at that moment for the person controlling the drone to have to pinpoint where we was on the beach, because the light flickered and it went back off. So imagine that if you was the orb. You know how quick a flash is? It found us, zoomed straight to us while we were still in the dark after the flash. So how a drone could do that? I fly drones. You'd have to have some super GPS technology that could pinpoint light. Like, oh, that light flashed from over there, I'm gonna zoom to it. But and so the angle thing, the angle that the light, now it's true that it would have lit up the beach and there was some controllers in a tower. They could have said, oh shit, what's that on the beach, and zoomed to the beach. But it didn't do no search. It didn't search for us. It just zoomed in a straight line. After the 3 lights turned into one light, it zoomed in a straight line to us. Now here go the weirdest shit. When it hovered like 3 or 4 times in the matter of like 4 seconds over the car, it shot back out there. Now, what made me start thinking it had to do something with some humans at this point, and not at no other point, but when it got back out there, it started showing us that it could do more than it was doing before it noticed us. Now that's some human shit. Or I mean, it's definitely intelligent. I mean, the way that it just swooped up on us, everything. We didn't know, I didn't communicate, no words, but all of this was a communication. And so when it got back out on the water, so now I started to reconcile it. It's like this. Whatever it was doing, when it shot back out there, basically it started hurrying up. I'm just trying to be practical. Because now it's kicked into a different mode, right? It kicked into a mode where it was like rapid, going really rapid. 3 lights again. It's not just 1 light. 3 lights, they're going really rapid. Doing whatever they was doing. Hitting their donuts hella fast. So now, imagine it zoomed up on us already and it went back out there. So in my body, all of the everything, all of the paranoia, all of the fright, all that was gone. Like, I felt accepted, bruh. I was like, holy shit. The shit zoomed up on. I mean, I ain't had to tell the people who was in the car. I guess we all felt the same way. But I never asked them how did they feel, right? So when it went back out there, it basically started, in order to stay practical and not make the story sound too weird, because to me, to be honest, it was showing me its attitude or what it had the capability of doing. But I'm insignificant and I'm basing myself, what I'm saying is self-centered. What it really was probably doing is increasing the frequency of whatever it was in the middle of doing that we was observing, right? And so that's just my most practical way to explain it. And so it's still 2 miles out at the water now because it zoomed back off. We like, man, this the illest shit. We just sitting there, not even really scared no more, right? We just witnessing some shit. I got to go through all kind of thoughts about, man, why am I still witnessing this? Why am I still being allowed to look at this for such a long time? Like what did I tell my kids about this? You know what I'm saying? And all of these thoughts just sitting there watching it. Now, we getting towards the end of the phenomenon. And this the part that make you say, okay, that Maui Wowie must have been good. Because we didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't flash no other lights or nothing. After it was done doing what it was doing, the 2 outside lights zoomed back to the center light again. Right? And that's what it did before it ran up on us the first time. So that wasn't that fun to see. You know what I'm saying? It was like, it's about to run up or whatever. Bruh. And this is just on everything. You can put me on a lie detector. My voice gonna sound like this, and the line gonna be so straight on the lie detector. The 2 outside ones zoom back to the center one again. And this is the craziest shit. The orb the only orb left did the reverse of this. So I should have probably said this one. See, remember what the one homie said in the beginning that he seen something go into the water? Well, we was never attaching that to everything that we were seeing 20 minutes later. So at the end of this, watching this, the 2 outside lights came back to the center light and did something like this, bro. But it was I'm gonna show you the image I got of it because this wasn't good enough. It zoomed up to outer space, not to the moon. It was just zoomed up to the darkness as far up as you can see it, right? From the water. This whole time. After being 3 lights, now it's 1 light. It zoomed up to the sky as far as you can follow the light. Still not really changing the size. I can still see it. And then this is that was when the homie, I forgot to show. That's when the homie had flashed the picture. Like, I gotta do it. We never was on top of the car. Oh, yeah, this is the best imagination, but this is too low in the sky. Imagine way up here like we was looking up to see it. Bruh, it went from the water to the, I guess it was blasting through the atmosphere. I know exactly how it sounds. I don't think I care. I guess it was blasting through the atmosphere. Because when it got so high up in the sky, it blasts what I call supernova. I have no way of explaining what supernova is. I never seen a supernova. But when I seen all these colors come out of this black, a silent, and by the way, everything was silent. The light didn't make no noise. Like you could hear drones, especially if they could fly hella fast. It was just 100% silent. No noise at all. Even when it shot up. Now, I never, remember I told y'all I never seen it shooting to the water when the homie said that in the beginning? I didn't see this. I seen all this other stuff. And I seen this. But it was way high in the sky, like I said earlier. It burst through something. So I'm just saying, in my logic, it must have burst through the atmosphere, right? And the light that it let out when it did this, or it could have exploded, but I doubt that. The light that it let out when it did this, when I see this image right here, I was like, yeah, that's close, because it was so colorful. Now, let me tell you something, and I'm still talking about the same story. It's almost been 3 hours. Dude, this was so bright, and it lit up the whole gosh darn sky, right? To where I was like, all right, cool. That's going to be on the news. And we're going to be able to tell people. I was lightweight, started thinking I'm going to get me some. I seen it on the news. Like I was going to be able to tell the story because how bright it blasted in the sky. You can't say that nobody seen it. It would be ridiculous. There's nowhere in the world we was the only 3 people who seen that. It was just about that big in the sky. It was bigger than that, dude. It wasn't, I wouldn't say bigger than that, but it was higher than this in the sky. Almost every color that you can imagine in the color spectrum just burst in the clouds. Not even the clouds, dude. It's way up high. Right? And it's nighttime. And it's clear skies. And that was the end of that. It really wasn't the end because after that, it looked like I was seeing something in the sky. On our way home, going back, riding back to the city, we thought we were seeing some lights in the sky that was following us, but we was tripping. That part, we was just putting too much on it. Everything, I mean, we was spooked. And so as we was driving, we didn't know if we was okay. Like I'm talking about, we didn't know if we was safe, just on some scared shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's facts. And so there you go, chop that up and do as you will with that. But I did just want to contribute that to the people who think that the government is what they're talking about is all they trying to fool us. Nah. There's still possibility that I got fooled and I don't know what earthly technologies we had back in the 90s and everything I seen the way it was define the properties of physics. Hey, I mean, I'm not perfect. But I try to use the best of my logic to say, okay, I never, even in my whole life, never had to make no claims like that. Like, but after having to see all that stuff, it was just ridiculous. And so did it change me like that? Nope. Do y'all hear me talking about shit like that on my show? Nope. Do I be out here an advocate for aliens? Nope. I came to the conclusion that whatever it was I experienced, it was an experience that I was supposed to experience. I don't think it had no, it didn't make me like better or nothing. I don't know. I just know I seen that shit. Facts, 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 facts. And I'll tell you the same story at the age 99. Yeah, that was the first time, you know, I could probably show you me talking about it, but that's what made me later start listening to. And I still never mess with no sea or like I never thought I was never come on, man. I never thought about nothing with bodies or nothing because I only seen light. Light that knew to zoom up on us when we flashed the light at it. And then and so later in the story, you gotta remember, when we on our way home is when we made the connection that the light the homie seen go into the water earlier in the day was the same light. Right? So now, hey, we have explored only 5% of our oceans, that she say. And maybe it's something going on down there. I don't know. But I don't even care. Like, I'm not mad. I hope nobody be scared to not believe. Not scared, but I don't care if somebody don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not what it's about right now. So I'm not trying to force belief of my story on you or no shit. I'm just saying an experience, bro. Maybe if we was at a campfire, you could take it for what it's worth. It's just a good campfire story. How about that? But the shit really happened. So my perspective when I look at videos like the one we was just watching, might seem like it's a little bit different, right? If we go back to YouTube. Like, I'm not even thinking they lying. Ain't nothing in here making me think they lying. Let me see. Let me see. What happened to the congressional hearing? I went to aliens in the ocean. So how did I misinterpret what they was talking about here? They did say bodies for my man Shazmu. You heard him say bodies. You heard him say biological material. I didn't say none of that. I said light. If y'all got an explanation of what technology that could have been that I was seeing, then let me know. I'm not tripping.
Then the question is, what about the others? And if the intelligence agencies are not confident that they're not human-made, they will probably not be welcoming any release of this data because it may compromise information that is of national security importance. It's only in those cases where it's clear that human-made technologies cannot reproduce what we have.
Well, he said creatures. He said creatures. He said bodies. He said biological material. Who knows? Their body could look like a starfish. Well, I don't know what their definition, but they said it in ways they can understand it. It's only us in our community who can't understand shit. Hit the link, Patak, so you can say that nonsense. Well, what's their definition of bodies, though? We really don't know. Once we know what they mean by bodies and biologics, then we can start to say bodies like bodies. But, you know, we don't really even know, you know what I'm saying? I mean, what do they mean by bodies? Are they talking about celestial bodies, etheric bodies? There's a lot of bodies, you know what I'm saying? I got that big body in the parking lot, you know what I'm saying? What they mean by bodies? Arguments get dumber and dumber as you try to maintain refudiations for no reason. Now you said what they mean by bodies. I only shared the link if anybody has something they want to put on it. I told y'all I ain't seen no aliens. I have seen some lights that seem to be intelligent. They respond. They communicated with the other light. They ran up on it, and they go to outer space, and they in the ocean. I never looked at it. Oh, there go G. Khan. What's up with G. Khan? I never looked that up. Lights in the ocean. Why they mad at talking about that, bruh? They think we gonna turn. Well, you know, the whole nation, they all on the aliens. The whole nation of Islam, they talking about the mothership and shit. So why? I'm not gonna mess nothing up. What's up with G. Lacan? You on mute?
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Peace.
No, yeah. What's up? Hey, Smash. I have similar story.
See, they mad at us because we ain't scared to say the stories.
Fam, I've been having this conversation with my father for years, and my best friend Don Buller in Houston, Texas. Man, let me tell you, it was. Oh yeah, I'm trying to figure out. It was the year Gaddafi got murdered, and it was the same day Gaddafi died. I'm trying to find out the date. Gaddafi. When did Gaddafi die? Gaddafi. Hold on.
That was in the
Can you hear?
2000s, huh? That might have been like 2000, what, 8 or 9 or something? I don't know.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So it was on a Thursday, I believe, the same day that Gaddafi died. That evening, I remember. First of all, it happened to me twice. It happened to me one time when I was in Columbus, Ohio. I think that was real. The second time, I think the U.S. government got some some highly advanced projector in the sky at nighttime. Well, let me go with the one in Houston, Texas that I got. It was around nine-ish at night. I had issue with my landlord, and it's a long story. So I end up leaving my apartment and move in with my girlfriend, it was in the same building complex in Houston. So I was staying with her, and I bring some of my stuff over there. Now, I'm coming to her place in the parking lot. The parking lot where everybody parked their car is in back of my girlfriend apartment, and I'm walking from the other side of the parking lot to the parking lot to get to my girlfriend's house, and I'm looking for some reason. I'm looking to the sky, and I seen something that it looked like birds, but they were glowing, like in a triangle shape, my dude. But I was like, birds don't glow. Then the form. Listen, I swear to, if I'm lying, let me die. That form that I seen that looked like a bird, that shit formed into a like what they call those flat airplane that is one of those high tech plane. I forgot what they call
A
it.
stealth fighter, stealth
Stealth,
bomber.
yeah, stealth. Fam, I swear
Wait a
to
minute,
you.
wait a minute. A bird turns
I'm
into a
saying
stealth
I
fighter.
thought it was a.
See? Hold on.
Yeah.
You said a
I'm thinking.
bird turns into a stealth fighter?
No, what I'm saying was it was a flock of birds in a V-shaped line that I thought it was a flock of birds. But as I looked closely, it wasn't no bird. They were detached from each other, like wings flying, right? And it looked like a bird at the first observing. As I'm observing it, it looked like, but it's and when I look at it closer, the parts that was separate from each other but shaped like a V, like how birds fly like a V shape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? Get my drift.
Hold on, look out. I don't know why it's asking you for a passcode. Did y'all need a passcode to get in?
No.
I didn't. I don't need. I didn't even. But it did. The passcode did show up. Then it changed into where I'm at now.
Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
you might just want to click past the passcode.
Yeah.
So it looked like a stealth fighter.
Before it was looking like birds,
So
but
what
but
did you come to the conclusion it was at the end?
I'm thinking because I think it's a advanced projector that is made by the government, right? For that instant, that if you look at it, it hypnotizes you for whatever they want you to see at that time. Because mind you, let me tell you this: when I seen it form like that, it came towards me and it made a beeline to my. When I'm looking at it, it made a beeline to the left and went on a street called Antoine, but it's low. So I'm like, I know I ain't the only one seeing it. So I ran in my girlfriend's house. I said, yo, for some reason, I said, yo, Tawana, come outside, man. Something weird. For some reason, I thought it was going to come back. I don't know why, but something say, just come back. I think she was like, man, I ain't coming outside the way you explain this shit. So look, 5 minutes later, my man, I went out to go back out for something, go back out to my apartment. So something told me to look back in the sky. That's that image, whatever I seen, it formed into like a shape, a ship, like a spaceship, like you see in Independence Day, a big, huge spaceship, right?
In the
So
sky?
in the sky, my nigga, and it came hover over my girl building, and it hover over the parking lot. So I was trying to see the edge so I can make it up. Like, yo, what's the? And I seen Mexican to my right. They're out there partying. They act like they don't see what I'm seeing. So they outside partying. I swear, listen, nigga, I'm not lying to you. They outside partying and drinking in the parking lot. And I'm looking at them. For some odd reason, I don't know why I didn't ask them, yo, you see this? So I'm just trying to figure out what the hell I'm looking at. So look, so I try to get the edge to see where the edge of this, what I'm looking at, so I could take a picture. By the time I could say whatever, my phone wasn't working. I could hear the engine, like Star Trek. You know how to make that big name. You know when the spaceship in Star Trek go vroom, and you can hear the engine. I'm hearing actually the 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 rocket sound. Nigga, I heard it, and it went, nigga, nigga, that shit went over top of my head. I could see the flame from the back of it, and I'm seeing, but I'm looking, nobody's seeing this shit. I called my best friend after it went by, right? And I still don't know why I didn't ask the Mexican. I called my best friend. He was on the bus heading home to go to come back home because he just got off work. And I'm telling this nigga what I'm seeing. And while I'm talking to him, I'm walking to my apartment. I said, D, you would not believe what I see. I told him the situation. He said, man, I believe you, man. He always believed he believed that he's one of the 12 tribe members, some shit. So he believed every goddamn thing. So when I'm walking to my apartment, yes. Yeah, hold on for a minute. I'll get right to you. Hold on, Smash.
Uh-oh, that's a wonderful story. What's up with Alan Flagg? How you doing?
Hotel. There's a cliffhanger. He left us with a cliffhanger.
I know, right?
No, I enjoyed your sharing. You took me back. You took me back with that. There was a time among me and my buddies in the '60s and the '70s. Man, we used to go to different spots, camping on the beach and stuff, to look. Man, we were looking out, to actually look out. We had one brother that when we were in Salton Sea, it was up there like for the bike week, and when we first got there, he disappeared, and we didn't see him no more until the end of the thing. I think 3 days. I said, "Where you been, Hyler?" He said, "Man, I was sitting over there on the hill over there, and I saw these lights, and I followed him." So he just walked off, out in the community somewhere following those lights for 3 days, and we talked about it. But yeah, man, I was just people don't talk about this stuff anymore, but we used to do that stuff all the time. Looking, man, we wanted to know. We read the book, we read the Pale Horse, all of that stuff, and then I don't know. I guess when the TV shows came on, and Star Trek and stuff like that, then the discussions kind of went away. But yeah, there was a lot of sightings, a lot of people who said they saw it. Then
So what island was y'all? I mean, where y'all was at when he said he seen the lights?
Song Sea.
Where that's at?
Yeah, Song Sea is down in the desert between going towards Mexico. In California, you just going like you go to I don't know, man. Let me think.
Yeah.
No, you go towards Palm Springs, then it takes the bird. Salt Sea is the biggest saltwater thing here in California.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a whole community. It's a giant place. It went dead though. It went dead. People used to go down there and fish, but we used to go down there because we could race our motorcycles right down the side for years, and then it got so big that then they start collecting tolls to come into the park and all of that stuff. But yeah, man, we definitely had these conversations for years and years, for the 60s and the 70s, and then those conversations went away. But there's a whole community of believers. Matter of fact, you got me remembering when Star Trek came on initially, I think it was like 66, 67, and it was only on for a short time. And they got so many letters and everything. It was the only show that I knew of that came out there, and then they put it back on, and then it became the phenomenon that we know of today.
Oh, for real? They tried to take it off?
Yeah, they did take it off. They took it off the air, but the young people, man, sex, drugs, rock and roll, free love, and all of that. We were very active in making demands and stuff, and so people were they were action orientated. So when they came on with Star Trek, it piqued my generation's interest, and they made that demand, and they brought it back.
Anybody in the chat or anybody who got an explanation of what the three lights I seen could have been, I'm willing. I always think about some silent type of drones with 360 cameras that could move, that could make the light not streak when it moves at really high speeds. I mean, I be trying to make it practical, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they got that developed, then so be it. But I ain't never heard of nothing like that.
Hey, Smash, I apologize for that. So let me finish the story real quick.
You on?
Yeah. So what happened? I'm talking to my best friend on the phone, right? And I'm heading to my apartment because I explained to him exactly what I seen. Behold, like Reggie, like I said, behold. I'm to get to my apartment. The stairs to get to my apartment is outside. So to get to my apartment, I gotta be outside. That's how they design it. Then you can those outside. You know what I'm saying? Those stairs you can have. You know how you have outside steps outside. Then you get to your apartment. It's not like it's inside the building. It's like outside to get to the second floor. That's how it's designed. But anyway, I got on the floor on the second floor of my apartment and I seen 3 spaceship, my dude, from the left of me in the distance, right? So I seen it before I climbed the steps though. So I'm like, yo, let me climb up my steps and see to have a better
So let me ask
view
you a
of it.
question. Because I only seen lights, and I'm just want to know more about what you seen. What does a spaceship look like?
The one I'm seeing, right? That's what I'm saying. I think it was a projector. They showing me what the spaceship I'm looking at is a little Star Trek type of spaceship. The one the one I saw first, that was huge. That was like the same type of spaceship that like the mothership, like how you see it in Independence Day. That's how big that was.
So it looked like Star Wars or something.
Okay, yeah. It's like I was in their world, whatever. I was the only one really seeing it because, nigga, People was outside. How you ain't gonna see it at 9 o'clock at night? And that's what I'm saying. Something hypnotized me. Whatever what I was looking at first, and whatever it was, I was looking at a program, whatever I did, it wanted me to see. That's what I'm thinking. I don't have no proof or anything like that. But let me tell you. So anyway, now these small ships. There's like 5 of them. They were like one of those mini spaceship, right? And it was flying.
All right, I'm with you, and I just want more. I'm sorry, I want more detail to the spaceship. So let me ask the pertinent question: did it have wings, or did it have something that looked like it was using it to propel itself through the sky?
It had wings.
It
and
had
it looked
wings, like an airplane.
Right, the one that the mothership was circle. It was a circle black, and it hovered over top of me. I couldn't see. It was when it got over top of me. It was black. Like I couldn't even see the sky. It was black. Like it was actually something there. That's the crazy shit about it. It wasn't no. It was actually something that was covering the space itself. It was no light in this circle. The first time, when that mothership came in, it flew over top of my head. The second time I'm on the phone, the third time, remember the first time I told you it looked like one of those jets, Then when I came out of my girl house and I went out, it formed into a spaceship, a big mothership. And I couldn't see the side of it. And when I was trying to, go farther to my right to see if there's a side to it, it hovered over my head and made a big loud sound. And the Mexican was out there, they act like they didn't hear or see it or nothing like that. So when it went over top of my head, that's when I called my best friend. And we conversating, I explained to him, he believed everything. I'm like, yo, man. In my mind, at that moment, I said, nah, nigga, I think that's the government doing that shit. They want me to see certain things. He said, nah, man, that's a real spaceship. Whatever it was.
He seen it too?
No, he never seen that shit. He's on the bus coming home from work, and I'm calling him and telling him what I'm singing. You know what I'm saying? So he's on the bus coming home from work, and I'm telling him the story while I am telling him, and while I am walking to get to my apartment, to my far left in the sky, I noticed 5 winged small spaceships, right? That was flying west. West would be my left, I guess. Flying west. Then when I said, let me climb up the steps. So to my apartment, because my apartment's like on the second floor. It's up top. It's like I swear to you, it's like 50 feet up top when I get up there, right? When I get up there. So I'm looking up on top of that. Those spaceship came to where I was at over top of my roof. My nigga, don't you know it went over my building to my right. I see there's woods in the back of my apartment, right? It made a big crashing sound, nigga. But it was so when the spaceship crashed.
Hold on.
Fam, I'm not lying to you. The shit
so
crashed.
Let me ask you, I'm trying to do the whole logic stuff. So you looking behind the your building and it's big enough to cover your head, but you see some other spaceships in the distance. So then that like mothership one kind of went off some, and the other.
Start over again. Sorry,
I'm just trying to see if I got it right.
Okay.
So the mothership that was over your head, it kind of went off some, and then the other spaceships start coming in the direction.
The mothership was when it was behind my girlfriend house, right? And behind my girlfriend house is the open parking lot too.
All right, but I'm saying we don't know we don't know where's your girlfriend's house in relevance to you.
To me, right? I am behind. My apartment is behind my girlfriend house. That's about a football distance.
Okay.
Yeah, football distance, right? From where
football field.
Yeah, about a football field, like 100 yards. Maybe a little bit farther, maybe 130, something like that.
But look, when they crashed by your house or by her house?
Yep, by my house. The little spaceship.
So let me ask you, Why didn't you go look at the crash?
Fam, listen to this. Listen to this crazy shit. When they crashed, right? It was like, I don't see no smoke. It was no smoke there. It was like I'm saying, it was like it was no smoke was there, and it was, to me, it was like far the flame and the fire. Even though it seemed so close, it seemed so far away. I don't
So
get it.
hold on. So it crashed by your house and you seen flame and fire that appeared close and far away. I'm with you. I'm listening. I'm just trying
Yeah,
to.
but it was no flame or nothing like that. It was just a big light, and after that, I no longer see. I'm looking at it, but everything clear up.
So let me ask the question again. Would the flame, in the way that you seen it, be able to indicate where the crash was?
Right.
I'm asking.
Yes. When I'm looking down in the back of my really I can't see in the back of my apartment, but on the side of it I can see woods where it's where I expect it landed at, and in that area when I see that when I see that light and heard the sound of it crashing, I'm looking there after that image of it crashing, I don't see anything there. It's like it never was there.
All right, so let me ask you a question. And just like they said, ask me about my weed and stuff. I
Bro,
just
I
had
don't
to
smoke,
answer
I don't
those
drink, I don't
questions.
do none of that shit.
So you never done hallucinogenics or nothing?
Nigga, I ain't do nothing. But here's the funny thing about it, right? The following day, why I'm sleeping in because I sometimes sleep. I slept at my apartment, the same apartment, right? Because I still have my sofa there. I slept in my apartment. Why? The next morning when I got up, there was four pencil shaped. I had to do it. It was shaped like a triangle.
Four pencils.
Four pencils in front of my bed, in front of my couch. I had
So
a
tell me how
leather
you
white.
make four pencils like a triangle.
I don't know. I put the base down, the three. I said four. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure
three.
this out.
Oh yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, it was three. It was three. I apologize. It was three pencils shaped like a triangle. But I really think I was hypnotized. I don't think there was actually actually UFO or anything. I really think the government have something projector that they want you to see or anything like that. The only reason I felt that way because they have screens, right? I don't know if they brought it to America, that if you watch a movie and if your eyes turn away from the movie, from the TV, the TV will pause. You ever seen that? They have a system like that. I don't know if they ever brought it to America,
Yeah,
but they
so
have.
facial recognition on phones now.
Yeah, if you watch, I'm not very good in tech, but I remember I was saying this. They were saying it's a new technology. When you look at, I was saying that in 2010. It's like if you watch a movie and your head ain't looking, it will pause it. So it gave me an idea that the government got, shit that we think, what I'm saying, they got shit is real, what I'm saying. But I don't think that was real. But what I do know was real when I was in Columbus, Ohio, fam. I was driving to my grandmother's house after I left my girlfriend's house at that time. They stay on the same street. I'm driving. I seen something was hovering over my white Buick Chrysler, right? It hovered on the passenger side. It was silent. It was like a light, like a ball. It wasn't a big ball. I said the size was about 4 feet tall, like roundish, right? And it didn't make no noise. So I think, and when I was looking at it, it seemed like it would know that I was looking at it, so it would rise back up. So something told me there was a driveway right next to the street road, the street that I'm driving on. So I park in these people driveway to my left. it was just, it's right on the road. So I parked and the people, hold on. Yes.
Somebody like, hold on, he prying on your light theory. He came on to debunk your light. What's up? Well, we're going to wait for G. LeCon to come back. We got Joey and Chuck Morgan in the building. Peace, Luke Gow. What's up with Chuck?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
My man, long time. Long time.
Yeah, I know y'all probably beat that book up, but tell us more. Tell us about the experience of, and what was the effort? Because it was like getting some people on some alien stuff. Or what was going on?
Okay, real fast, and I'm gonna try to make this as fast as possible. I don't know if you remember, or if you're old enough to remember, Coast to Coast AM. Joe, what was his name? I can't remember the host's name.
Yeah, that's my man.
Yeah. They had a pretty successful radio show that spoke about this type of thing. It was really popular, and people had a tendency to gravitate towards it, especially
Art Bell, ain't it Art Bell?
Art Bell, and a number of other individuals. People like Zechariah Sitchin, Bill Cooper. A whole bunch of people would go on that show, and then they would, give their presentations. One of the things that had took place back in the 1990s was after I kind of broke off from the UAPians, I started hanging out with Steve Coakley and them guys in the name committee. Blah, blah, blah. So I had an audio of William Cooper when he first came out with the book, and he was promoting it at a lecture. And we listened to it. So I gave it to Steve, and we kind of went through it. He did a little lecture on it, and the point that he was making, because the subtext in the book was that these aliens were manipulating the human race through religions, cults, secret societies, blah 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 blah. When in actuality, all the world's problems, situations, etc. Yeah, George Norrie, yeah, exactly, was centered around these aliens. And a lot of the things that he was saying, such as, I'll give you an example. The whole talk about the FEMA and a Federal Emergency Management Agency, and how that they had the ability, the director of FEMA was supposed to have the ability to suspend the U.S. Constitution and round up citizens and put them in the concentration camps. This was all brought out in a congressional hearing. In fact, if you check with what was that? Oliver North. He did the you remember the Ronald Reagan, that whole thing where they caught them the Nicaraguan the whole Contra situation. Congressman from Texas, Congressman Jack Burns, brought up the fact that yes, there is a provision in the FEMA write-up that the director of FEMA has the ability to suspend the U.S. Constitution in cases of whatever they see fit, and round up Americans. Now, the person who was the congressman in Hawaii, I can forget his name, was saying that he interrupted the meeting and stopped and said that we can discuss this in chamber. We will not go into that at this time. And Jack Burns was pointing out that, I've read in articles and that the FEMA, in cases of emergency, has the ability to do this and that. The reason I'm bringing that up is because that was already in William Cooper's book, but this was something that was known going all the way back to the 70s. In fact, I think it was Richard Nixon that put that in there. So a lot of the conspiratorial claims that are in the book, there's not anything that wasn't new in regards to in cases of emergency and disaster, what certain agencies do for the continuity of government. But the conspiratorial nature of it, people gravitated towards. So, one of the things that Steve was pointing out was that, we finally get to name the people who are fucking the black people. And then here comes somebody putting books in our neighborhood saying that, no, it's not these MFs over here and over there on Capitol Hill, and here's their address, da, 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 da. No, it's the aliens. There's some people out there that's controlling and calling the shots. That logically made sense, because up until even to this day, there just have not been enough substantial evidence to support the claims that's made in that book. Because again, if you read the book, The Behold the Pale Horse, there are a lot. I mean, it's just on and on and on. There's so many claims that's made, you would have to write a whole book or two just to be able to address it. There was a book there's a book that's written about that. You could pull up different articles in online. You can read books on Scrib that pretty much challenged his claims. But he being an officer of U.S. intelligence, I mean, that tells you something right there, because U.S. intelligence, they deal with a lot of the things pertaining to, psychops, So I, as a person who likes to investigate, my whole thing was, at one time I kind of was going with it. But as I read on, some things just didn't make logical sense, nor did I never saw the evidence. We just had a lot of claims, especially in the 1990s. A lot of this stuff was going all over the place. You had alien autopsy, where it's supposed to be Fox News. Not Fox News. Fox Entertainment Channel was notorious for putting all this kind of stuff out. In addition to In Living Color, they was having all of these little very professional shows that were supposed to be exposés on extraterrestrial UFO phenomena. And this is nothing more than the same concept behind, like I mentioned earlier, the Chariots of the Gods, because there was a lot of things that people had a tendency to not be able to fully explain, so they automatically go to a conclusion. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson referred to it as appealing to ignorance. It's where you see something, you don't understand it, you can't explain it. Naturally, it's got to be this.
Now, you know what? I'm going to have to side with you on everything you said right there, and that's some of the conclusions that made us cast that material away. But it did cause me to learn about Art Bell and George Norrie to see if there was other places I could find other people talking about matters of the such. But now let me ask, and just in the nature of what what made me reference to the book is to say somebody who was in the Navy, whether or not, I don't know how credible that is either, but I think that turned out to be true, and said that he witnessed certain things going into the water in the ocean. Now, in light of what they are saying, and I kind of was reading your perspective, but it would be better if you could articulate it for people, because people was hearing me only go one-sided on the show. And so if you could say, in light of what the government is talking about now, how this doesn't have any credence or how it should be looked at or whatever.
Well, one thing that we do know is that the United States government does have facilities set up in various parts of the United States where they conduct advanced machinery and or weaponry. Cases in point, the stealth bomber, before it was released to the public, was they were periodically running tests on it, and people saw it and assumed that it was an extraterrestrial craft, not realizing that the government had a top secret program where they were using ships that were so advanced that was used as far as for the military. This is something that they have things now that will probably blow our minds, because we as the layperson are not privy to a lot of that technology. So with people like William Cooper, you have to understand that in regards to he and you, I cannot speak on whatever experience that you or the crew saw. I can't. And I can do that with no one. Anyone that has some type of paranormal experience, who am I to smash on it? Pun intended. No. What happens is, people, when they have these experiences, it's always good to check with your local city or municipality or even call to find out, had people, I saw this, I witnessed this, do you all have any record of this or that? Because with the brother that was speaking earlier was mentioning something about a mothership, even though he concluded that it was more or less some type of delusional experience at the time. But for some people who say, well, I saw this, like Farrakhan, for example, he say he saw the mother plane, and Elijah Muhammad was talking about these types of things. This stuff is very appealing because there's no way to fully give you verifiable evidence, substantive evidence to verify the evidence of it. Even with the congressional hearing, the conclusion was that they did not have enough documentation to categorically state that the United States government has in their possession extraterrestrial crafts and or beings.
Hey, brother, can I say one thing? I forgot to tell Smash. I called 911 when I seen that mothership. Guess what they did on my life? They transferred me to it's a UFO 911. I had some say, what's a they call it, they don't call it UFO, they call it something, and they say it's for those who see UFO. So when I called 911, they transferred me to this UFO, and the guy was asking me, he asked me what I seen, and I explained to him what I saw, and I asked him, did anybody see what I saw? He said, no, we not here. We just only here to hear what you seen. Not what other people seen. Oh, yeah, it shocked me. He say, "No, we just concerned about what you seen." I say, "Sir, I told him, I joke, and I say, I don't drink, I don't smoke. I always do that. I say, I don't drink, I don't smoke, but I seen that." He's like, "Okay, just tell me exactly what you seen." I told him exactly what I saw on 3 occasions, and he said, "Okay, we have record of that." And I asked him, "Did anybody else seen that around this time?" He said, I'm not privy to give you those information. That's what he told me. That's what I swear to God, that's what he told me. Now, to finish on my story, my last story, I was saying that when I pulled over just to get a glimpse of what I seen in broad daylight, in Columbus, Ohio, going to my grandmother, I pulled to the left into a driveway that was off the street, annex off the street. And I got out my vehicle, and this object that I seen from a distance, it was like a ball, like about 3 or 4 feet, right? And it was circle, it was round, like, you know what I'm saying? And it was just not making a sound. And it made no sound at all. And when it noticed that I was looking, the farther it went away from me. Like it knew I was looking at it on my life, on my line, let me die today. I was looking at this image, and it was just going farther away from me as if they was know I was looking at it. And I and I did call 911, and I asked them, did they find any radar or anything around there? The lady on 911, she said, I don't know nothing. She said she talked to, I don't know who she talked to, but she said no, nothing. Nothing. It's nothing around that area, whatever the case may be. They don't see nothing. But if I'm lying, I'm dying. I seen that shit. I think that was real. But the first thing I saw the second, when I seen in Houston, I don't think that's real. I think that's the government shit. But this thing I seen in Columbus, I believe that was real. Whatever that shit was, that was something. That shit spooked the shit out of me. I think that was a real UFO that I seen at or something. It didn't make no noise. It hovered on my vehicle, so I pulled over to see what the hell I was looking at. And when I seen it, it noticed to me, it noticed that I was looking at it, and it drift farther away. But yeah, something going on, and I think the government got something. I don't know what's going on. Be honest with you, but I really believe when I seen that one in Columbus, I think it was in 90, I think it was in 2001 when I see that. And years later in 2011, I found out the date. It was October 11th, because that's the time. I think October 11th when Gaddafi died. That afternoon in the evening, that's when I seen that image of what I call projector the government had. It may be real, I don't know, but it didn't seem real. It just seemed like it was something was I don't know, man, but it was strange. But when I called 911, they transferred me to a UFO division, and the man was asking me only what I seen, and he wasn't worried about what other people's worried about giving me information if there was anybody else who's seen the same image. He just took my information about what I see, and that was it. So I don't know what they're hiding or what they don't want the public to know, but that was my experience, and that was my first time. That's my first time in 2011 knowing there is a UFO type of 911 out there. Maybe just in Columbus, just in Houston, but I don't know if it's worldwide, because when I asked the 911 in Columbus, they didn't transfer me to no UFO. I don't know if it's just based in Houston, Texas. I don't know. But
Okay.
I parked my plane, yeah.
Are you familiar with the SETI project?
Talking to me?
Yes, you.
No, sir.
Yeah, it's an acronym for Search for Extraterrestrial. How does it SETI?
Yes.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I can't remember what that last word's supposed to represent. So the United States government, in connection with other governments, intelligence. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Search for SETIs. Search for
extraterrestrial intelligence.
There you go. So they do have this type of research type committees already in place. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility for these agencies to want to investigate this type of phenomena that people have been witnessing since, I guess you could say, the ancient times. But what happens is, unfortunately, is a lot of people will begin to attribute things to it and automatically reach a conclusion that it has to be something outside of this world. Now, I live in Hawaii, so I work overnight. So I'm literally down at the beach all night because I work at a resort and I deal with certain things. So I see the sky, and, all the time, and I see things up. Now, across from this island is the island, I think it's Lanai. And you see, and that's heavily, it's a lot of military work that goes on over there. And you see all kinds of crazy things on at the night. You don't hear anything, you see things that go up in the sky. And I attribute that to technology. It could be planes, it could be advanced planes. There's all types of things. But what you would have to do is you would have to really engulf yourself in the knowledge of that type of school of thought. Meaning, if you're going to want to know about what types of machinery that the government works on that's declassified, then you would submerge yourself in doing that type of research, so that if you see something in the sky, you say, oh, that's probably this or that, as opposed to, well, it has to be an alien craft because nothing moves like that. You can find this. You find it all over the world. These different types of stories and folklore.
But what I seen in Columbus, what I'm asking, that ball of that circular ball, right? It didn't look like it was solid. It looked like I don't know. It looked like it. Yeah, it like it floated. It didn't have no type. Yeah. So what? And the ship following me. Well, and mind you, this is around in the afternoon. I mean, we talking about early afternoon. It just
followed
afternoon.
you. It just followed you, huh?
Well, you can say,
because because according to you, based on what you were presenting, is that nobody else seemed to have
yeah, but that's that what I'm saying is on that street in Columbus. When I was talking to you about there was a Mexican was in the parking lot, and I'm shocked they didn't see or whatnot. That was in Houston, Texas. Yeah, that's I'm not. I don't think that was a UFO. I really don't. Yeah, I don't think that was a UFO. I don't think that it was a UFO at all. I
Let me
just think
get.
it's something.
Let me
Something
add
the
this.
government.
Let me add this. Okay, so
Uh-huh.
UFO, right? So that those three letters, unidentified flying object. So
right.
if there's an object that's in the sky and you can't identify it, it's unidentifiable to you, right?
Right.
Okay, then. So does it naturally? Do we have to naturally default to it being some type of intelligent being from
No,
another?
I never. No.
Not saying you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying generally, because when we use
Uh-huh.
UFO,
No,
the people that
I mean, yeah, I feel what you're saying. Yep. Mm-hmm.
yes, because I mean, certain types of meteors, if you're not familiar with it, and you see it shooting through the sky, because I see things shooting through the sky all night long.
Okay, well,
Yeah, but you seen stuff shooting through the sky. I'm seeing things in Houston, right? That I know is when it do different shape. I'm thinking it has to be a projector somewhere, a highly advanced projector that the government have. I'm not. The
You
shit
talking about
that
like a hologram? Talking like a
like a
hologram?
hologram kind of shit. I don't think it
Okay.
was real. But
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying, yeah. But what I'm saying in Columbus, that shit was real. That was in broad daylight when I seen that shit. That was real.
But you know
that hover over my vehicle until I turn into off the road and I turn off the street and I turn into a parking a driveway that I got out my vehicle and I seen it closely, and that shit came close and it hovered and it went farther away once it noticed that I was looking at it. That was real.
And you know
that
what?
was real.
This reminds me of an interview I watched with George Clinton and Bootsy Collins, and they were talking about what led up to the album Mothership Connection. And they were just talking about how they was out getting high, they was riding down the street, and they would say,
yeah, that's them, but that's me. I don't smoke or drink.
Oh no, it's not necessarily being smoking or drinking, but you yourself said that you must have been somebody was doing something to your mind.
But you seem like you don't understand what I just say.
I do.
No, you don't, because I said in 2011 somebody was doing something to my mind when I seen it.
Right.
But in 2001 in Columbus, Ohio, 8-10 years later, I mean before my first time seeing it, nobody was doing anything to my mind.
Okay. So then we need some corroboration from other people that may have been in the area, but we didn't get any of that.
You say you need corroboration?
Yeah, we need corroboration from other individuals that may have been in that area that would have witnessed it at the same time. And something as phenomenal as that, certainly there would have been other people in the area who have witnessed it as well.
But here's the crazy thing: there have been witnesses of unidentified things, group.
We're talking about your experience.
No, I'm talking about. I hear the same arguments you're making, but a lot of people say those witnesses didn't see what they seen. So all the collaboration, fabrication, whatever you want to use, it doesn't matter. Whatever. It doesn't matter if another person seen it.
I think that it does matter.
Why would it matter?
Well, because we have to exhaust all of the possibilities before we reach the conclusion that it's something otherworldly.
Okay, if you observe whatever, but there's multiple people that seen something called unidentified whatever, right? And not just one person.
It's just something they can't identify.
Hold on. But what I'm saying is, you have witnessed or heard people say that they seen not just one, sometimes be like 20, 30 say they seen something and they identify the same phenomenon. But most people, I mean, more skeptic would say, oh no, they didn't see that. So why does it even matter if 8, 10, 20 people seen it? Y'all gonna all say the same damn thing.
Well, the same way I would reach my conclusion when you have in the Bible where people say they saw Jesus go up into the clouds and it was 500 people saw it at one time. but nobody else in the world has any documented such an event.
Okay, so if you're in one part of the world, hold on. If you 500 people seen someone in one location, if I witness a murder, right? If 500 people witness a murder, right?
If they're watching television, yeah.
No, if in real life they witnessed the murder.
Unless they're in a stadium, yeah.
Right, and it happened in New Jersey because I'm in New Jersey right now. All right. On the other side of New Jersey, just in Trenton, and this murder happened in Newark, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Those people ain't see the murder.
Well, that may be true in the case of a murder, but we're talking.
Hold on, let me finish.
No, but I want to stay on your point. That may be in the case of a murder, but for someone that's going up into the clouds and 500 people, out of that 500, no one gives an account of it except one guy named Saul.
Okay, an airplane is flying right now somewhere. I can't. If somebody is witnessing an airplane flying in the sky, 500 people witnessing an airplane in the sky, right? that individual in a different city ain't gonna witness the same airplane. If he look in the sky, he ain't gonna witness the same airplane that was fly in New York and you in New Jersey. So
unless it travels by my area, just like if someone saw a blimp, and then they say, I see this thing look like a spaceship, and then by the time that blimp reaches my area, they say, oh, they're just seeing a blimp.
Yeah, but it's flying. They say Jesus. I don't believe in Jesus on that, but I'm saying if Jesus went into the sky, he going straight up. He's not flying to different part of the world. If they 500 people say they seen him, okay, they seen him go straight up. You ain't gonna. If a rocket ship goes straight up to the sky in Houston, Texas, and I'm in damn near Arizona, I'm not gonna see that damn rocket ship going straight up in the sky.
Oh, of course not, because it has to go through different.
What you talking about?
It goes through different portals because it curves and bends in order to get out into different
don't
spheres.
Make sense. All I'm saying, I really did see that stuff in Columbus, Ohio.
Oh no,
I'm just saying. I know you laugh and all that. It's funny. I'm just telling you. That's why some people don't like.
I'm just having a good time. There's nothing personal.
No. But a lot of people don't like to bring certain shit up because they get muted like this, and it's no way of solving the issue. If
they're
going to do that stuff. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there are plenty of people who do go forward with what they say they saw, but unfortunately, it's just claims. Now, remember, you know how the saying goes: extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Okay.
So just saying, oh, I saw this, I saw that, you got to have something to support it.
Okay, Chuck, can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Yeah. Did you guys see what the government has cleared this videos from these pilots, and they were showing these UFOs, UFA, whatever the new acronym is for it, where they were over the ocean and going at, they clocked them, they put the radar on them, locked on them, reported the speeds, and was reporting back and forth to the towers on and show. Did you guys see that?
Yes, I have. Yeah, okay. Several. So, as a matter of fact, I've seen many of these things even back in the 1990s, where you see.
I'm talking about the
Yes, I saw that specifically. Yes.
So, what do you make of that? Would you rather assume that this is some technology that another government has developed and did it, or would you, as I do, assume that this is from some other beings that have been monitoring what's been going on this planet, especially since World War II, when they dropped that nuclear bomb, and they want to make sure that we don't do that anymore?
Okay. To your first point, that whole idea of what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that's pretty fanciful as far as I'm concerned. That some space people has to travel through the galaxy to come to Earth to prevent human beings from killing themselves.
But real quick though, even I ain't trying to interrupt none of these discourses, but I did hear the guy just tonight say that they exuded that they had the potential to interfere with our nuclear capabilities. So however they learned that they had that potential, wherever they from, even if they from the earth, they have show interest in our nuclear facilities and capabilities.
Well, let's talk about that.
Yeah, well, Chuck.
So let me answer your question directly to the first part. I will be.
Go too far with it. Don't go.
I'm not going. I'm going straight to it.
Okay.
I will be more inclined to accept that something that may have been picked up on radar was either another government or a secret project within the very government that they're part of.
Okay, let's get
that's how I don't so to be clear.
This was the military that's why partly the reason why they had these brought this stuff before Congress again. Is because so many people in the military have had these different types of sightings, but they felt that their careers would be in danger if they bring these things forward. But so finally they brought these photographs by the United States military, the United States government. So I'm talking about the logic that you're using, that the government would have something and then show it and then bring it to the public is more logical than there be beings that have been hovering around. Well, and don't want to touch, wait a minute, let me finish my thought. That have been hovering around and monitoring what's going on. Because in my memory, and it's not what it once was, that Area 51 and the testing that they were doing all through my youth out there in Nevada, that they would always, those people in that region would always be making reports after those launches when they were doing those nuclear testing. And to me, it sounds logical or rational. If there were other beings, and they didn't have to come from anywhere, they can be around all the time. And they're noticing that we're going to do some harm to Mother Earth, a living entity. And they want to make sure that, you see kids playing with fire, you see them playing with a match, that's one thing. But then you see them with a torch, then you might intervene without, you see what my point there?
I see your point. I fully understand your point, but it does not pass the smell test. Because if you remember, that advanced weaponry does come out of the location called Area 51.
Yes.
You are exactly. So this goes back to my initial point, was that there are machineries that this government had been working on and continue to work on that they do have the tendency to do test runs. And people that are not abreast or familiar with that may conclude that it's some type of space people hanging out from another galaxy coming to Earth to make sure that we don't kill ourselves. I mean, even that concept right there does not make any logical sense.
Okay,
they're going to travel. Let me finish. They're going to travel from another galaxy and come here for what?
Who said they came from somewhere else?
Well, the general conclusion on what an extraterrestrial biological entity is that it's not from Earth and that it is from outside this Earth's realm. So if they're going to come outside of the Earth's realm into this one, they're coming from somewhere. Do
you know when you go back and listen to people like Credo Mutwa, who was respected?
I hold no credibility on Credo, but he's one of the spookiest pseudos out there. So I place no logical reason to accept anything that he has to say.
Well, prove him wrong.
What'd you say?
Prove him wrong.
Well, here's the thing: the burden of proof is on the claimant, and the things that he has claimed, his wording. Now, you got to understand that Credo Mutwa was visited by another conspiracy nut, David Icke, who made millions of dollars, like William Cooper, pushing these spooky books, appealing to the fears.
No, man. Credo Mutwa
Yes, Credo Moots was a nut.
But he
The
was
stuff,
saying that before. He was saying that before David Icke,
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
and there's a lot of people who said things there before David Icke. You had
Yeah.
Zechariah Sitchin, who was making a bunch of silly claims and lying to people and made millions off of the same type of books.
So hold on. Let me ask you. So basically, hold on. Let me ask you. So basically, what I'm telling you, so what you think I seen, in Columbus High? I'm talking about Columbus High was something Hubbard. Do you think I was illusion? I was seeing shit, or because I really believe I saw it. I really believe. So in your understanding, what do you think I actually saw?
From my perspective,
Uh-huh.
that is your experience. You may want to consult with someone who specializes in the military, or someone who is a professional in psychological examinations.
When you say psychological examination, you mean do you feel like I was seeing stuff that 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 it was kind of a mental breakdown per se?
Well,
That's how you look at it.
I'm not an expert in that area, so I would defer that to someone who's a professional in that area.
Fair, okay, it's fair. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, if that's how you feel, I mean, that's how. But I know for sure, I know for honest to God truth, I seen what I saw.
That's
I don't
cool,
got a
brother.
lot, but you
That's
know
cool.
what I'm saying. I mean,
And dig. A lot of people, and then when I was mentioning earlier to my brother Smash, talking about religious experiences, religion doesn't necessarily only stay within the realm of some hyper holy, sacred, or spiritual thing. You have you have nature and the purposes of nature, the causes and things pertaining to the universe. So it could be any myriad of things that people attribute to what they witnessed or feel that they saw or were taken up in the spirit and attributed to whatever has influenced them in their lives that is unexplainable. In my case, I just don't buy into it.
Yeah,
because
the thing is though, right? I think there's a way. I don't know if that's the website you're talking about, but yeah, a few years ago, I went back and I did some research to see if anybody saw what I seen in the description. It was a lot of writing of people seeing certain things, but it wasn't so much in Columbus, Ohio, because my experience happened in Columbus, Ohio. I had people in Toledo, Ohio. The way they were describing what they seen at a different day. It wasn't on the same day. It was on a different day. Like, and they described whatever they saw. It's looked and smelled the same description I was given.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yo,
Let me ask you this. So, with the things that you saw and the people that you said are in Toledo, did they take pictures that they could submit to have it analyzed?
We talking about, well, in 2001, yeah. But we had camera
That
phone?
wouldn't mean much to you anyway, Chuck, because you just saw the military videos taken out of a military aircraft with radar detection and showing these things breaking all of these laws of physics, and you don't accept that.
Well,
Why you don't accept that?
Let me explain myself. It's because I do not put a default and say it's some type of space creatures from another world.
Why not?
What I stipulated was that.
Why not?
Well,
that's what I want to know. Why not?
Well, first of all, we need to find out where are they and where are they coming from. So these beings exist. Who are they?
Probably
I'm asking you.
Probably
I'm asking
United
you.
States government doing it.
No. I'm asking the elder that's speaking.
All right, wait, just to be fair real quick, because he probably can't answer that question, but do you accept that at the Congress that they did say they found biologics in bodies?
I heard that, but they have not produced any evidence of such bodies.
Right.
You would think, Smash, brother, let me finish. You would think that something as significant as biological entities from another world, they would at least, in addition to those videos, they would have a video or an image that could be thoroughly scrutinized, analyzed, or even criticized for authenticity to support their claims of extraterrestrial beings.
So the people discussing it claim that they do have this. They saying they have the actual genetic material and the bodies, and
But they did not produce it.
But because they said they have been blocked from recovering it.
That's a good claim, but they don't have the proof of it. You see, this is what I'm saying. That meeting, that hearing that they had, what was the conclusion?
That argument is not a real good argument.
Okay,
that's
what
like
was the
saying
conclusion?
If you stole something from my house, right, and I don't produce the stolen object, then the object don't exist until. If I'm telling someone we need to recover this object, then they'd be trying to help me recover the object from you. That has no bearings on whether the object exists or not.
All right, let me ask you this, since we want to go there. So let me ask you this: did they witness these objects? Biological.
So the claim is that they recovered them.
So
that
therefore,
Lockheed
they picked
Martin
them up,
or the
right?
other company
Lockheed
recovered
Martin,
them.
yes, they recovered them, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you mean to tell me the recovery of dead aliens, sleeping aliens, no one took an image?
Well, I don't know, but it probably would be secretive.
That's
but
what
here,
we
let me
need to
get
know.
my answer in, because they didn't even say aliens. You put the word aliens
I
on
put
it.
aliens because
they
the
said
gentleman that was speaking said they are.
biologics and bodies, and then
But
they
that
even
could be anything, Smash.
exactly.
Okay, so
but let's ask. It can't be anything. Biologics cannot be anything.
So why conclude it to be from another world?
Because biologics is pertaining to biology. And when
Biology
you say
could be
creatures
a
and
plant.
bodies, you already know you're talking about an entity. It's
entity.
So right now, you sound more illogical than those who are
Brother,
proposing.
I'm very
think about
logical
it,
because I'm using.
I never heard you not let a person. I
I'm
never heard you cut people off like this. So I know you're
we're having a
passionate about
dialogue.
it
If I
because
was-
you've
if we
done
were
a
having
lot
a-
of work on it,
If we
right?
were having a debate, I would be quiet, and we're just having a
I'm saying since I came in, I've been getting cut off thoroughly since I just
let me mute up,
interject
let you
between
speak.
you.
Let me
And,
let
and
you
you
speak.
don't have to be extreme with it and mute over. Just show the same type of demeanor you show when you started the show, or something is revealing your passion behind this. You see what I'm saying? And is the way you're doing. If you have to use technology to control yourself, then so be it. But you don't have to mute out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I just don't. I wanted to give you a chance because it is your program, and I wanted to not go overboard and overtalk you. So I was going to let you go ahead and get your thing, and then I can respond.
So all I was saying is it seemed more the polemic against what there or the refutation is less. It has less substance than the interrogation that they're doing. Meaning, if they are saying, like I was doing the reference to somebody with a stolen object in the house that they haven't recovered yet, but they filed the police report or formed the documentation that this item is in the house and they are trying to recover it, then the refutation that, just because they ain't recovered it yet means it doesn't exist is an asinine argument.
Okay. Can I respond to that?
Sure.
All right. So here we have whistleblowers, because this is essentially what it is. Whistleblowers that are coming before Congress, Republican Party, as a matter of fact, specifically because they set it up. And
putting their life on the line. They're putting life on the line.
And well, that's your assumption.
Good point.
That's your assumption. That's how you taint an argument. Now you say they're putting their lives on the line. That's your claim. So here, let me finish. Can I?
Careers.
Okay, let me go forward.
Yeah, let's let him finish.
So here they have a chance before the world to present their argument before Congress and to give the documentations that they have. Now, the most significant part of the argument, irregardless of any type of flying craft, we got that all over the place. Biological entities, of all the things not to present, they don't have any type of documented evidence of said creatures. Now, Lockheed Martin, according to them, the military, or whoever's doing this survey or gathering of intelligence, they're not going to present the most critical portion of their premise without substantial evidence of a biological entity?
You're missing the.
Can I respond to that?
Well, real quick, I just will respond. So if you notice by nature of even your use of the English vocabulary, you're indicating, you said whistleblowers, right?
That's what it's called, yes.
I know that's what it's called. And why is it called that?
Because these are supposed to be individuals who are going before Congress to, in other words, snitch on what
Not
they
really
saw.
snitch, but reveal secretive information,
Okay,
right?
all right, we'll put it in that.
Yeah,
Reveal
so
secretive
if
information.
that's the nature of if that's the nature of the discourse, then we got to realize there's two parts of that. There's the presentation, like if we was in court.
Right.
We're in the discovery mode. We don't know what content Lockheed Martin got, but if this went to court in discovery, we'd have to lay everything out, and then all of your assets would be revealed. So right now they are in the Congress is requesting the documents. They ain't at the point of presenting them because they trying to recover them.
Okay, so I tell you what, let's not jump to the conclusion that there's space, little green men or any space creatures until they bring forward these biological entities.
So, all right, I'm gonna be fair to the question of a biological entity that came through with some type of highly scientific material. What type of biologics, right, can even control materials that could fly through our airspace with you trying to act like it ain't intelligent?
Well, if it's so intelligent, I would think that they would do certain things that would even bring them to this world for anything.
Well, that's just how you see it. That's the opinion of this world, basically.
Well, we're all entitled to our opinions because it just, like I said, it doesn't make any logical sense for some space creature to come to. Well, for one,
the beautiful air breathe,
the
the oxygen, the water, the beautiful.
Wait, let's hear what G. Lacan saying, and then I want to hear Chuck's reply. I'm about to mute out, but I'm still here.
Cool.
No, he could go on and build. Just what I was saying is, why would it not be desirable to come here on Earth? You see, come on, man.
Well, cool. I
mean, compared to other planets, you see how nice Earth look nice from outer space. What the fuck?
Well, some other planets look nice from outer
no,
space
not,
as well.
not. Come on, man.
No. I've watched enough NASA. I've watched enough of the Hubble telescope to see there are a lot of beautiful planets that are out there. But my point to you is because I asked, what are they coming here for? Now, that question is a logical question and has not been answered other than.
Before you answer, let Chuck finish, then I just want to say something before you answer. Go ahead, Chuck.
Other than making bogus claims like Zechariah Sitchin and that nut Billy Carson saying that some space people came to Earth to get some gold.
Now, I understand what you're saying, and before Brother Allen attempts to answer, I would say that part is where I would not ever step on that part because you asked us to answer a question that we wouldn't have to answer. That's like finding a meteorite, which we know comes from a meteor, and have to answer why did the meteor land on the ground. Well, we don't have to answer that. If we find the meteor or the biological material from someplace else, happen to answer why it's there is a whole nother realm.
Okay. I think we should go back to what was stated just moments earlier, is that until they present these physical beings from other worlds, it's just claims.
Okay, Chuck, two points real quick. You asked why would they come here? They come here, that one answer, not the answer, but one answer is the same reason that we shoot stuff out into space. We got all of these satellites and things going out because of curiosity, man. That's
curiosity.
So these
wait. That's
okay.
So that's not really hard. I mean, if there's some kind of intelligence out there, okay. Then the other thing you was talking about, why they didn't present the the biological evidence. We know, you know, I know that this government can clamp down on any piece of information about anything they want and make it as if it didn't exist.
I don't know that.
Okay.
How do you know
let
that?
me say, oh, then I'll make it personal.
No, because if they brought up, if they had this hearing in Congress, why didn't the government shut it down?
No, because we didn't.
Nah, that don't even make sense, man.
No, we understand how government works, Chuck.
That don't even make sense.
It's different sections of the government. That's why. So Congress are the ones with the oversight. I'm just answering it for the people listening.
Yeah,
Congress are the ones who's supposed to have the oversight over these other governmental
you can
agencies.
listen to Go to Smash Rockwell show.
Okay. No, because Chuck, for decades now, there's a percentage of the population that's been asking the government for years and years and years to share the actual information that they have.
Yeah.
And for some reason they've been withholding. If you remember that when Obama said when he ran, he said when he becomes president, he was going to open up the files and share with the public.
So we think the government like the internet. I'm just to interject.
I mean, you know.
But look, it's not one big thing. Suppose the FBI do an investigation. The Homeland Security don't know unless they tell them.
Okay.
It's a bunch of different departments. And so Congress is saying, why is y'all dealing with all these materials without us knowing? That's all I'm saying.
Okay. And that's why I said that until they come forward with said bodies, it's just claims.
Okay, Chuck, what do
why are you trying? You keep trying to. Almost like you're trying to convince me. It's true. I would end it right here. I would end it here until they bring extraterrestrial biological beings to Congress, or at least images that could be verified. Then it's just their claims.
Yeah, you're true. I would agree with that too. You're right.
I would say let's wait.
We can agree
let's
on
wait
that.
on it. Let's wait on it.
No,
How about that?
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
now,
let's wait on
it. Now I have a question for you, Chuck.
Yeah.
What do you think the effect of bringing such information to the general public would have on the faith community and that elected this man that we have coming into office right now? Those very people with the thought patterns and the mindset that they have, what effect do you think introducing the fact that whatever you would consider irrefutable facts that there's intelligent entities that's been around here monitoring us for any length of time, and they put it out there but what do you think that effect would have on this country?
All right, let me answer that. Depending on the level of conditioning that each individual may have, that would determine how they would react to it. Now, I'm fully aware of what Cooper said, because I heard him say it out of his mouth, that if this information was presented, it would destroy the American economy. It would cause mass suicide to find out that extraterrestrials was really behind our religions, the secret societies, the Illuminati, and on and on and on. That, it all depends on how it's presented and the level of understanding that people are willing to give to it. First of all, I wouldn't put much trust in anything Donald Trump has to say, number one. Number two,
I said the population that elected him. However many millions of people that elected him.
I mentioned him because the claim is that he's going to be presenting or bringing all of this stuff up. That's why I brought him into the fold. So depending on the people who elected that fool and want to accept his claiming and whatever they're bringing forth, it all depends. Because some people who are religious may not be affected by it at all. Some people may be like, oh, well, I knew it all the time. And then some people might be let down, or some people might say they're demons. So it all depends on an individual's perspective.
So Chuck, why wouldn't you think that if there were alien, why you think they would not come here on this planet? Because the other planet in our solar, you know what I'm saying, there's no people on it on Earth.
Okay.
So why would they go to Mars? Why would they go to? They want to see what kind of people we are. Huh?
Where are you getting that some biological creatures went to Mars?
I never say that.
You
I
just
never
said
say that.
Mars. You just said
I
Mars.
say what? I say you say there's other planets they could have went to that's more beautiful than Earth, right?
I stated that because there are other worlds that are just as beautiful. Because someone brought the point, why wouldn't they want to come to this beautiful place? My thing was that there's no logical reason for anything like that to come
Yes,
here.
it is, because there's life on this Earth. What are you talking about?
All right, let me ask you this. Do you believe there's life on other planets?
No, there's no other life. That's why they're coming to our planet.
So wait a minute. I want you to hear what you just said.
They're in a different galaxy, man.
Let me finish.
They're in a different galaxy.
You said that there's no, just what you said. There's no other life on it. Okay, so these biological entities, what life form are they?
I don't listen. What I'm saying is, what if
you just said there was no life forms?
According to
now you're saying there's some
say,
life forms coming here.
No, I say
you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways.
No,
you can't.
Oh, shit, this ain't McDonald's.
No, this is not McDonald's.
Oh shit,
this is Smash Rockwell show.
But I think you could be more generous, Truck. I mean,
I'm sorry. I mean, what'd you say?
I think I would like for you to be a little bit more generous.
I am being generous.
No, okay. Well, it's.
I mean, it does not pass the smell test of Chuck Morgan.
Can I ask a question, Chuck?
Oh, this is Chuck Morgan, the great Chuck. I didn't know I was talking to the great Chuck Morgan. Hell no.
To my way of thinking, that when I look at it in the vastness of space, and my inquiry so far, I understand that in this solar system, we haven't been able to recognize or determine any biological life, but we're getting evidence that they're finding water and things that could sustain life. But we're talking about intelligent life that could design, create, launch, and explore space. Mm-hmm. And I don't see anything that I think it would be illogical to think that there's no other intelligent and possibly more intelligent life in the universe than that's here. I think that's illogical to think that. And I think by the same looking at the way we populated this planet, where we started off in one space and one place, and we went and explored the entire planet, it seems to me a logical progression that an intelligent entity from somewhere else that might be more advanced
technologically
would go out and explore. That's all.
Okay, so then let's rock with that. So they send their scouts to go out and monitor the galaxy.
Yeah.
And then they come across this little blue ball in the middle of nowhere, and then I guess they came. At what point did they come? Because if they came back in the
How the hell we know?
Well, that's the point. You're giving a scenario that's just based on a hypothesis.
I'm giving a general. You're correct. You're absolutely
so
correct.
My thing. So my thing
to be generous.
Yeah. So my thing is, let's wait until they bring forth the biological entities so that we can have something more concrete.
Okay, that's the discussion. Isn't that the discussion we were having? That the people, the military people brought forth.
Well, they didn't bring back. They didn't bring bodies. That's what I want. I want the bodies. Give me some bodies.
I can't help you with that.
Hey, let me ask you a question. This is on the same topic, but I just want to get your perspective on it. Now we're all familiar with Billy Carson. He's the latest that is riding the Zechariah Sitchin wave. So his analysis in some of his presentations is that there are beings that came here and they specifically came to Earth to mine for gold. My question, and I'm asking sincerely, do you believe that?
No, no.
Okay.
I don't believe no gold. I mean,
Well,
I just think it's
I'll tell you what,
curiosity. I think they just have.
I tell you, the reason I'm asking is because Zechariah Sitchins's premise was that they came, the Nephilim came and mined for gold to take back to their world to
And do what?
reknit their ozone layer because the sun had depleted their ozone layer. So in order to repel and reflect the sun's ultraviolet rays, they needed gold in order to achieve that.
Okay.
Well, all right, we don't believe that, but Chuck,
okay,
but
good.
what we
That's
can
good.
believe.
That's good.
No, but
Wait a minute.
we can.
Huh?
Wait a minute. I was going to say, I'm just comparing to
Even you gotta laugh.
I mean, isn't that what the human beings do? Doesn't one group in one area of this planet find that there's resources somewhere else, something that they find attractive for whatever reason, whether it's necessary for the ozone or they just like it to season their food, that they go where that is and mine it or trade for it and try to get it. That's what I'm saying. Now, please don't put me in no room with Billy Carson. Please don't.
I won't. No,
but
sir.
And just the scenario itself, to me, is not far-fetched or unreasonable. Is it, Chuck?
Well, speaking specifically to gold, I mean, you do have planets that are out in other planets that are documented to have gold.
Really?
I mean, yeah. I did an article on that, yeah. And not just there, you also have it, indeed, you have it on Earth as well, but in addition to other minerals. But his specific thesis was that the Nephilim or Anunnaki came here to literally do a mining operation and take to Mars.
Mars?
Yeah.
Close.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, because he's relying on ancient tablets that's supposed to talk about that, which they don't.
Have you seen those tablets? I ain't seen them.
No, well, yeah, he relies on
what and people like Billy Carson say is that they're apparently interpreting ancient texts that state that these beings existed. But the issue with that is very simple. They don't read the language, so they don't know what it is.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
And that's why
which is everybody is crazy. The US government spending billions of dollars to search for extraterrestrial life. They must be smoking some good weed too.
Agreed.
Agreed.
But Chuck Morgan think I'm crazy or something.
I do not
seen that shit.
No, brother, I do not think you're crazy. No, I do not.
You say I gotta go see a psychiatrist.
No, brother, if a person goes to a professional who deals with that particular craft, they may be able to bring forth certain things that you may not be able to do to go into your subconscious. That's all. That's what they specialize in. So I don't. So I would defer that to people who are professionals that may be able to bring, that you could give your testimony and then bring certain things up that you may not have been able to do just sitting here talking on the internet.
Well, after everything we've endured over all of these centuries, if we ain't crazy, then we are crazy.
Well, like my man Steve Coakley and Khalid Muhammad said, if these aliens are out there and they're looking out for people who are going to destroy the planet, why the hell did they help the black people?
Well, I hope they're out there, and
maybe they're racist.
Elijah Muhammad said they is coming for black people.
Yeah, doesn't show.
No, did you Hold on, have you seen the new Wesley Muhammad?
Wesley
No,
Muhammad.
what
Oh,
you
I got
saying?
into a little discussion with Wesley Muhammad because he made some statements in his in that book that I challenged him on, where he made me reference to the Anunnaki being the black god.
Oh yeah,
And
I'm about to show some of that video. Nah, but I'm
challenged him
saying
on that.
he
And
got a whole document from the FBI that he showed where they are calling these aliens black bodies, bro.
Okay, I ain't talking about that because you can burn a body and it be black. What I'm saying is specifically speaking about what he said, the Anunnaki. That's what he said. So I went and debated him on it, and he the one that had a fit about it because I did that. How dare I challenge him on it? And all I did was say, hey, let's go into a text and let's look at the cuneiform writing of a specific text that says, and show me where it said black God. And he just got pissed off, didn't show it, and just went on his little tangent about in his Facebook group talking about Chuck Morgan, how dare he did, all that kind of shit.
All right, hold on.
But we pieced it out. But we pieced it out. We did piece it out.
I'm gonna share this for people. It's gonna be funny. I was laughing when I seen this, but he did show some documents. I'm definitely not on none of this. Anything with the word Anunnaki in it, it get on my nerves.
It's all fake.
Because I kind of fell into that Zachariah stitching trap for a minute. And then that's why I started reading the Metal Nature to get out that trap.
Oh, same with me. That's why I learned Emmy gear.
Where the trap did.
So yeah, no. I mean,
y'all learn
about 2005, 2006. Well, you know what? When 1999 became a thing and they were saying some weird things was going to happen in the year 2000, that's when I started trying to study to see what they were talking about.
Yeah, Y2K, yeah.
Yeah, it was Y2K. So let's watch this, y'all, real quick.
See herself, because now the correlation is that she believes she is God, a step above the black man.
Hold on, no, I want to get
right
to,
in the way that he calls himself.
This is what Brother
the
Chuck
Father.
talking about right here.
First, of course, I'm honored to be back on your show.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
You have a powerful platform, and you use it very responsibly, and that's good because that does not go without saying. A lot of powerful platforms that are used recklessly, irresponsibly, but I really appreciate how you use what Allah God has blessed you with. So regarding ancient Sumer, first allow me to say, with all of the narratives that are out there, one, or I would say even the primary problem that has generated this cottage industry of narrative is if somebody is presented a plastic bag full of puzzle pieces, it would be difficult, not impossible, but very difficult to put that puzzle together the way it was presented. Why? Because the pieces were given to you in a plastic bag, absent the puzzle picture. Most researchers, or most subjects, and in particular this subject, since we're talking about ancient Sumer, the Anunnaki, there are so many narratives because people are trying to put pieces together without a reference to the picture box. What is the picture box, Keys? What is the image that helps guide how these pieces of fact and data fit together? The teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad are the picture box. And by starting there, the data, the facts from various fields, we can see clearly how they should fall into place. And so, because his Islam is mathematics, and mathematics is Islam, that means
In order to understand Sumer, we got to know something about Elijah Muhammad. I'm gonna let it keep playing.
You know, Elijah Muhammad never mentioned Sumer before.
He never have?
Nope. Never even once. So this is some new space age Nation of Islam's rhetoric. When he start pulling in Sumer and Anunnaki, he's going to an area he has no knowledge of. And I even try. Listen, let me show you what. And I put it in the group smash in the formerly what was it the
Land of Mijah group.
Yeah, I put it in there, that little back and forth we had. He got, irritated because I challenged him on it. And I know you don't know the language, but that's what I do. The way y'all study Medu Netter, that's how we study Emigir. And we know the text. And there are no texts that says, and the number one, there are no Sumerian texts that mentions a black god. None. Went through the electronic text corpus of Sumerian literature. We've gone through the Sumerian dictionaries. We've looked at it all. We've looked at the text. It's not there.
But aren't they called the blackheads?
Oh my God. the Akkadians refer to the Sumerians as Sangha. And that is a term that's used to identify a first people. It has nothing to do with their heads being black, because I have a beautiful presentation that I have yet to put out where that's the question: did the Sumerians have black heads?
Well, you know what? Your other presentation got 1,000 views on this channel. Thanks for contributing to the channel. And cool. if you want to do another one on here, feel free. You're welcome.
You know what? I do, because I see a lot of these little AI type of generated ads and shorts. And then the people who put it together, I go into their chat and I ask them questions. I show them this and show them that, and then they block me. So I feel I should just go ahead and just put, because I spent, let me hold up. If I could, I can't even share my screen because I'm using my phone. But I did this stuff it's called Black Sumerians. What's it called? Shit. It took me about a year, because that thing with Asar Imhotep, me and it was supposed to really get into it. I didn't get a chance to, but I had been collecting stuff over the years on this topic, because I did one, and then that was one on Garfield's show. And so I want to do another one where I have more up-to-date information. The Sumerians, did they have black heads? And it's about 100 slides, so I'm going to need to cut it down. But I'm going into various aspects of that. But in regards to the good brother, Wesley Muhammad, my whole point was when he talked about the Anunnaki being the black gods, that is not even what the word means. And that's what I was showing him. And then I challenged him, show me, where are you getting that this is a black god? What is the Emigir term for black? And give me a text, that a line and a tablet that states it.
So here he is here making that claim in about a short couple-minute clip. Let's check it out.
And in multiple worlds based on whatever information that they consumed, right? So having the old school way, I would say, of going through process and determination to get to what is the value of this knowledge that's being presented. What's going to happen is when you go through it, it's going to wipe away so many different sects, so many different texts that people are referring from. And what happens is that people get to a point where it is ideological and it's their belief system. And so they don't want to get rid of their beliefs.
Absolutely.
So therefore they won't consume the truth.
Absolutely.
In a matter to where they can digest the seeds, let it take root, and be like, I vow that this is superior knowledge.
Absolutely.
So we're not fighting on the truths, right? It's a battle of beliefs.
Absolutely. Well said.
Now, I want to get to that. So now we have the current belief in most people's head of who are the Anunnakis. And then we have the black Anunnakis.
Oh my God.
So for those who have limited knowledge on the subject, and for those who have so-called superior knowledge on the subject, can we lay out a foundation of who are the Anunnakis from the Zachariah Stitch paradigm, right? And the new paradigm, right? as I'll call this the Wesley paradigm, just for the point of this conversation and maybe for the point of future conversations. So what is the Zechariah Stitch version of the Anunnakis?
Okay. May I start with the true version and then get to what I am suggesting is the fabricated version? And it's not the Wesley paradigm. It's the most honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that the black man is God.
Yes, sir.
Said whenever you look at a black man, you are looking at God. He presented to us a detailed theogony, the process by which the black man came to be and came to be God. Now, I'm an historian of religion, Brother Keys. That's my training, which means I engage in a historical, critical study of religious traditions and religious texts. And as an historian of religion, I've studied all of the ancient religions, all of the ancient texts. And when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us about this group of gods, he called them the 12 major scientists, the 24 scientists. Those same gods you encounter in the Hebrew Bible as Adat El, council of God, also Elohim, gods, plural. Those same gods that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us about. You encounter them in ancient Kemetic, ancient Egyptian writings, the Pa'ut Neter, the council of the gods. It's the same as your black God.
Man, if you don't stop
A
messing
council, a closed circle of gods that are the rulers, the divine rulers, not just of this planet, but of the universe. We'll get to that short. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave us the real, down-to-earth understanding of them. We encounter them in religious poetic language in all of their traditions. So, the Anunnaki is Sumerian, a Sumerian term that does not mean, as Zechariah Sitchin took license to translate, those who from heaven to earth came, because he wants to make them aliens who originated off planet and came to this planet. That's not what the Sumerian or Akkadian variations of that term means. It simply means offspring or bloodline of the god An. Now, what I show A-N, but what I show in my book, Keys, is An, as the Sumerians are likely, the Sumerian language likely is rooted in a Niger Congo language
group. All over the place, but I'm gonna let him keep going, and I'm gonna ask for Brother Chuck Morgan's response to this after we let him finish.
Africa. They migrated to Arabia, indigenized there in Arabia before moving up north and settling in the Tigris-Euphrates Valley. That name An, the chief god of the Sumerians, the father of the Anunnaki, that Sumerian word An is a Sumerianization of the global name Allah.
Oh my gosh. A Sumerianization. So the Sumerians, when did they have times to ization Allah? But instead of letting them continue, if you don't mind, or if you, Brother Chuck, I would like to hear, like, when would they have had time to even Sumerianize a lot? But I would like to hear your response. I'm gonna mute out, and you can do whatever. You can share the screen or whatever.
That's what I call it. That's called psychobabble. Man, listen, there's so much, but let me just get to the key points on what he was saying. All right. Okay, so he's saying that the word Anunnaki is supposed to be the name of the god. First of all, let's get this established. Anunnaki is a term that goes out of the Akkadian period, long after the Sumerians were gone. The Sumerians used a word Anunna, okay? And yes, it was simply a word meaning royal children or a royal offspring, because it does not mean exactly what he said regarding what Zechariah Sitchin says about it being from Anu, or is it from where or sent from Anu to Ki. Because anybody who makes a statement like that, like Zechariah Sitchin and Billy Carson, anybody who studies Emigir knows these people know nothing about the language. Nothing. Because they do not know the grammar and how the Sumerian language is constructed. So if you were to take that, if he was saying it was from heaven to earth came, is what Zechariah and Billy Carson, because I watched them say it. It would be An, Ta, Kalam, She. That is not Anunnaki. Now, regarding what that word is, first of all, Anunna does not have the name Anu in it. That's the point. Because if you break the word down, the first cuneiform
slow down. So you just said,
I wish I could show you my screen, but
you can. But you're on your phone.
I'm on my phone. Yeah.
Just come back when you want to and do that presentation.
But let me I'm gonna do that. But let me lay this as one point out, because this is the
real quick. I don't understand what you're saying.
You
said Anunna. When did Anunna came up? I remember him saying An. So just explain to us how Anunna comes up.
Because what the foundation of the word, the implication is that because you see the word Anunna, is that you're saying Anu. Because Anu to the Akkadians and the Neo-Assyrians is the name of the supreme, well, not even the supreme god, because the supreme was Enlil. That's why they have a whole city called Nibru built to Enlil, not to An. Okay, so when we look in the cuneiform text, if we see a deity, you have a determinative referred to as a dingir. Dingir, it's like a little star. And that's what they usually indicate that they're talking about something in the skies or in the heaven. So when you see that dingir sign, the name that follows it is talking about a deity or royal name. Okay, that's what you're fully aware of how determinatives work, and you're not pronouncing it. However, in the Sumerian grammar, you can use a sign as a word, as a statement, or as a determinative. But when we look at this word Anunna, the first sign is not the dingir; it's the Sumerian cuneiform character called an A. And the word A is the word that's used for water, semen, sperm, and whatever. The next sign is Nun, and that's used for a priest or someone who is of nobility or royalty. It's gender neutral. It could be a woman or a man. So the first two cuneiform characters, A, Nun. This is not Anu. Anu is what the Akkadians innovated that word An to become. Anu is Akkadian. The Sumerians don't have it in their text. The next is Na.
Wait, before you go on, for clarity, So are you saying that the Sumerian, who dealt with the Anunnaki, Sumerians or Akkadians?
The Akkadians were the ones who developed innovative stories about the Anunnaki, or actually they were called Ananuku. And in addition to the Ananuku, it was also Igigu.
Well, real quick, because I know you got a lot, I want to keep us on track. So you just said that it didn't have nothing to do with the Sumerians, or did I take that wrong? You said
No, what I was saying, Anunnaki. The implication is when you see or you hear ki as being earth, that's not what is used in the grammar.
Okay.
Even with the because you have a word kalam, which is used for land, ground. Ki is a determinative identifying a place. People have used it to say earth, but whenever you look at a Sumerian if you go to the Mu'apen and you look at the various celestial bodies that they document, they don't have one called Ki representing Earth, because these were flat earthers. They believe that.
So you saying Akkadians didn't have Ki, but there's a person in the chat saying An is Sumerian, so is Ki. That's also
what I'm saying is Ki is the Sumerian determinative identifying a place.
Okay.
An is the name in Sumerian for the god that these Akkadians innovated to be Anu.
Okay.
Okay. So depending on whichever city state determined who was the supreme godhead was. And in the most sacred city in Sumerian lore, it was Nippur or Nibru. Nibru, that was the city of Enlil, where it's Enlil, the god dwelled in the temple. And that was the temple that they built to the highest god, which was Enlil. Later on in Babylonian, that became Marduk. You see? So what Zechariah Stitch and them did was he played games with people. So when he would talk about the gods were on Nibiru, or they came in the Nephilim or the Anunnaki were in the Nibiru, all he did was take the sacred city of Nibru in Sumerian, and then said that the Anunnaki were from Nibiru. He just added an extra I into the word in English to say Nibiru was that planet-like ship or planet of the crossing, or ship that crosses the sky, to say that's where the Sumerians came from. But that's not how it is, because the Babylonians and the Akkadians were astronomers. They had an astrology department, and they monitored the stars from what they could see, which were only 5 planets. And the one that shined the brightest, that they could chart from the early morning to the high point to the evening sky, was Sagmegar. Sagmegar, that's the Sumerian word for the planet Jupiter. The Akkadians referred to that planet as Neberu. Neberu, not Nibiru. That's some nonsense that Sitchin developed by adding that extra I to it and give you Nibiru. And nowhere do you find in Sumerian or Akkadian or Babylonian literature that says that Nibiru was where the Anunnaki took gold or traveled the skies in. It's not there. A friend of mine that died last year sometime, Michael Heiser, he put together a very good book that I would highly recommend. And this was a book that even Wesley Muhammad had, but he was very deceptive. And I checked him on it, and it's one of the reasons why he got mad, because he had the book's image, but he chopped off the title of the book and then put the book up like it was some information that only he had. But I said, why did you take Michael Heiser's book and then took off the title of the book, that's very deceptive. The book is called The Anunnaki Gods, according to the ancient Mesopotamian sources. English translations of important scholarly works with brief commentary. And it has the leading authorities on the term that's used and how it's applied in sentences and the various texts where you can find them. So this whole idea of the way that we interpret Anunnaki today is all wrong. And unfortunately, if you were to just take the text itself, oh man, if you were to just take the text, it's any one of the texts that they're supposed to be saying where it talks about Anunnaki, you'll see Anunnaki. Now my computer screen just went black. Hold on, maybe, what the hell? Because what I wanted to do was oh, there it is.
You still with us? Yeah, we still.
Okay. So the Sumerian and Akkadian traditions of deity groupings. So you had Dingir Ana, which is gods of the sky, Dingir Kia, gods of land, Dingir Aki, which were gods of the land and sky, Dingir Kerkera, which are gods of foreign lands, Dingir